Try to stay away from the hot takes, but you are right, man. They come out in full force, especially when you have big games to start the season, right? When you have a slate that includes Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, Florida State, Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame, you're going to have some immediate hot takes because a good team is going to lose.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, are there any teams in the NFL where we're going to have hot takes that hot? The only people I can think of is if Aaron Rodgers plays really poorly, there are going to be a lot of hot takes. Maybe if the Chiefs play poorly, somebody will try to do some mental gymnastics and try to blame it on Taylor Swift. So I think those are the two teams that maybe we could have some hot takes after week 1.
I think so as well. How was your Labor Day? What'd you do?
This is not going to sound fun. I got caught up on housework. So
nice.
That's kind of the life I live. I have a lot of responsibilities. So when I get those days off, I try to take advantage of them. And plus, like, it is a busy season now that I feel like you have to do all of the grunt work to make the weekends fun. Do you get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Is that, like, you have to put in the work to get the house clean. You got to do, the decluttering. I got a bunch of stuff for more crock pot soups.
Nice.
Jenks, we're going to do broccoli, cheese, rice, potato casserole today. So I'm excited about that. So I wouldn't say I did anything, like, super fun. How about you?
I mean, I'm still kind of stuck on how good that crock pot soup sounds, but we were just like super busy. We went to, what did we do? Friday? I did a live podcast on Friday. Then Saturday, we watched Texas game. And then Sunday, we did brunch with some friends. And then yesterday, we just took it easy. So yesterday was nice just to not do anything because we were just like, it's fun having things to do. And then after a while, you're like, all right, I just want to chill for a while. You know what I mean?
So are you wearing black? Are we in mourning as a show?
No, I'm not. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's week 1. Like I was saying, like I'm disappointed Texas did not play well. We'll talk about that. And Arch looked not great. But also, it's week 1, and also it's the shoe, and it's going into Columbus against the defending national champions. So I'm not going to freak out just because we disappointed. Now, had we lost to San Jose State or something like we play this week, I'd absolutely be upset. But at the end of the day, it's week 1. There's a long season ahead, and we were still in it at the end despite playing bad football. So for me, I'm not nearly as I'm not as reactionary as a lot of people are. And we'll have some of these takes coming up later on the show. But the number of crazy takes that people throw out after 4 quarters of football in week 1 to me is just kind of wild.
Yeah, I think it shows the dangers of overhyping somebody too.
True.
And
very true.
Here's the thing where there is a very big parallel between this and betting. Where we see this, where people get super high on like a week of wins. They're like, I'm the best bettor that ever lived. The next play's going to be a Mega Max whale. And then they lose everything. So it's just one of those things that like college football fans are not great at being nuanced and balanced and having, common sense takes. Sometimes bettors can be like that too, and it's not a great way of life. Trust me, I've been there. I have done that way of life. It is no way to live on a roller coaster.
That is true. You got to keep that even keel here on the show. Well, if you're a Carolina bettor, you're not feeling very good this morning at all because Chapel Bill got run out of the house last night in his debut for North Carolina as TCU wins 48-14. Horned Frogs were laying 3.5. You're minus 180 on the money line. Your total set at 54 and a hook. The over hits. This hype before the game, was just at a fever pitch. We had some memes on a group thread. Everyone was talking about it. And Carolina does deliver early.
Leave it with Hood. Hood for the goal line. Stranding and goes in. Standing up. Touchdown Heels.
C.J. Hood, 10 carries, 31 yards on that score, but then things come crashing down in a big way because after that, all TCU starting with its defense.
Got to get it to the 29 on 3rd down. Lopez to the outside, and it's intercepted. And it's going to be a walk-in touchdown for the veteran Bud Clark. His 12th career pick, and TCU gets the ball right back and punches it in for 6.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. So we get Bud Clark with that pick 6. Horned Frogs up 20-7 going into the locker room. And then in the second half, TC puts it away on the ground.
And this is a rewarding run as Kevorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10, Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
Frogs on top 27-7. They cruise to a 48-14 victory, and here is the hoodied one after the game.
Well, it was a great, great atmosphere here for the game tonight. Fans had tremendous energy all walk, and we played competitively, but then just couldn't sustain it. So, obviously, we have a lot of work to do. We need to do a better job all the way around, coaching, playing, all three phases of the game. Just wasn't up to what it needs to be, and I know we're a lot better than that. So, we'll need to work on those things and show it on Saturday on a quick turnaround. But, give TCU credit. They came in and did a good job, and they were clearly the better team tonight. They deserved to win, and they did it decisively.
On to Cleveland. On to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, I feel like I've heard this press conference a million times just in a different scenario. But it's one thing to lose. This was not close. 48 points given up by Carolina, most ever in a season opener in school history.
Yeah, this is not what we expected from a Bill Belichick-led defense. Because I think coming into the game, from a handicapping standpoint, remember the angle for Bill Belichick when he was in the NFL? You said, okay, Bill Belichick is great against rookie quarterbacks. So wouldn't you say, hey, Bill Belichick is probably good at game planning for, young college quarterbacks? One would think, right? But I think that people have a reason to be losing their minds after this game because it wasn't the fact that, the game plan was great and the players just didn't execute. Because at the end of the day, a coach can only do so much. But this looked like a team that was not fundamentally sound. It looked like a team that hadn't grasped the basics of football. I don't know who taught them how to tackle, but it wasn't working. It felt like nobody was wrapping anybody up. And listen, I've never played football, but I can look and say, hey, learn how to tackle. Make a tackle on somebody. So it was just a very sloppy, pitiful game of football, and it just looked like the team was not prepared.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of things going on here. You have a brand new head coach who's implementing his way of doing things. And also Carolina, you talk about roster turnover. They have 70 new players on their roster via either recruiting or the portal. When you turn over that many players on your roster, you're naturally going to have some inconsistency. It takes some time for those guys to get to know one another. It takes some time to sort of gel and come together. It takes some time to learn a new scheme. All those things are true. And also, this was a really disappointing performance. I mean, it's one thing to lose. It's quite another for fans to be piling out of the stadium before the fourth quarter because it was over. And also, full credit to TCU. I mean, Sonny Dykes was saying right after the game, we felt really disrespected because we have a very good team, and all we kept hearing about was Bill Belichick, Bill Belichick, Bill Belichick. We're a very good football team, and so I think all that hype kind of had the reverse effect of, instead of pumping up Carolina, it really pumped up TCU.
Oh, for sure. And I think the spotlight that it gave those players. So I was reading something to the effect of the NFL scouts who were coming to the game. And so TCU was really excited to get, their names out and have these guys watch them. But from a Carolina standpoint, maybe this is what they need. Because listen, they've had an entire offseason of everybody hyping up their program for their head coach and for nothing else. And maybe for Jordan Hudson and all the memes that it creates. So I think maybe this will light a fire under some of the players thinking, hey, the spotlight's here. If you want to be embarrassed every single Saturday, go for it. Or whatever day of the week. Okay, it was Monday. Sorry, it's Labor Day weekend. It's hard to keep track. But you get what I'm saying. I think maybe it's a good thing for this program because we do have a lot of season left. And there are teams who can go from looking really terrible in week one to looking like an actual football team come November. And maybe Carolina, if they work hard enough, can be one of those teams.
I mean, you just never know. Week one is so hard to discern who's going to be great and who's not going to be great. We know the great teams are the great teams. The question is just how good are they going to be? But you look at last season, there was a team like Baylor, for example, even though I know they lost the other night. I like the Bears in that game, but whatever. But they won their final 6 regular season games and really came on and came together. South Carolina is another one of those teams last year where they won 6 straight, and there was some talk, hey, is this team going to make the college football playoff or not? And, of course, it helps when you have a guy like Lenora Sellers, but all of that is to say that there's no reason why Carolina can't be a good football team this season. I also think when you look at the numbers, Like, what was Carolina's win total going into the season? 6.5? Like, they weren't expected to be an amazing football team, even if everything fell in the right place. Now, this was a bad performance. There's no question about it. But I think when you get caught up in so much of the hype, you forget things like, by the way, no one was expecting Carolina to compete for the ACC title. They weren't going to win 9-10 games this season. So bad performance, and also there was definitely a ceiling on how good they were going to be this year.
Yeah, I think it's just the sticker shock of like some of these numbers because like it's one thing to lose, it's another to have what, like 26 rushing yards in like the first half or something like that.
Yeah.
Like it's just, it was a team that was putting up like FCS numbers. Like that's the embarrassing part. And you have a head coach that has the best resume probably of all time. So here's the other layer to this story is that how much of this and how long is Bill Belichick willing to wait to correct his legacy, I guess, from the way it is going? Because think about this, like the last 4 years in the NFL, the Bill Belichick was coaching without Tom Brady. He only had a winning record in one of those seasons. Yeah. So right now, the legacy that, you know, the narrative is going full steam ahead is that how good of a coach is Bill Belichick without Tom Brady? And I do think like that's a little overblown. I think people need to calm down with that. But like they're giving them more ammo with these games. So at some point, Bill Belichick has to decide, hey, when do I want to call it quits in NCAA football before I really tarnish my legacy? So it's a long season, still plenty of games left, but definitely a question to ponder.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to the whole Belichick-Brady thing, Bill Belichick, regardless, is a hell of a head coach. Bill Belichick is a defensive mind. That's how he made his name in the NFL. So, yes, he had Tom Brady. Also, Tom Brady didn't play defense. You know who headed up that defense? Bill Belichick did. But when it comes to legacy, then, yeah, you're talking about he will go down as the greatest NFL head coach or arguably the greatest head coach of all time. But I think I'm still curious why. And I know he's talked about it, and a coach wants to be a coach, but why this job and why now and why college football? So when we have John Talty on from CBS later on in the show, I know he's written about this. So does Bill Belichick last long in Chapel Hill if things don't go his way? Because he doesn't need this. It does continue to tarnish his legacy if things continue to go this way. And ultimately, I think legacy certainly matters to him, which is probably one of the reasons why he took this job. So I wonder if things fall not the way he planned, if he sticks this out.
Yeah, and if Jordan Hudson sticks this out. Like, do you think that she is a fair weather girlfriend?
Yes.
I don't know. Time to test it.
If Carolina starts the season 0-5, Jordan's going to be like, things just aren't working out for us. She's already bought all of her real estate. She's trademarked her, gold digger. Like, she's already made God knows how much money off of this already. So if it gets to the point where she can't ride it out for more money, she's splitting. And then Bill Belichick will take another loss this season. Coming up next year on the show. Well, didn't take us long for us to see seismic shifts in the Heisman Trophy markets. We'll talk about those changes and if there's someone who is worth their money after week one. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, it's only been 1 week for the Heisman Trophy market odds to shift in a massive way. So is now the time to bet on Arch Manning or someone else who has fallen a little bit where there is more value. Did you see the Lee Corso parlay hit? The legend in his final game in Columbus. Of course, Buckeyes getting the win over my Longhorns, 14-7. Good on them. But Lee Corso picked 5 winners during that game. Ohio State, LSU, Tennessee, South Carolina, Miami, and Florida State. So 6 winners. All of those came home. And someone on Twitter parlayed those at almost 200-1 odds, 190-1, and they all won. So good on the coach going out like that. Unbelievable. Perfect ending.
How awesome. Like, I thought it was really cool how the entire college football world was celebrating Lee Corso.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just College Game Day. Did you see where Fox cut away to Lee Corso's final headgear pick? That was so cool. I feel like that is something that they certainly didn't need to do. That's something I'm surprised they did. Because remember, they're trying to compete with College Game Day. They just brought over Dave Portnoy, which, don't know about that. But I did think it was very classy that they tried to show some respect for Lee Corso. And the fact that he's been doing this for so long, my goodness, and he's still like pretty sharp. Like, he's sharper than like my mom, who's like younger than him. So Lee Corso is the best to ever do it. It feels like he is the patron saint of college football right now. So let me ask you, Jenks, who's next in line for the throne? Like, who will you think of when you think of college football next?
God, I don't know. I feel like, Lee Corso is someone who is part of a different era. And I mean, look, the guy coached at the college level, and then he became a great analyst, and then he became, the guy with the wearing the headgear each and every week and had such a great dynamic. He's kind of a product of of such a different time that I don't know if we'll find anyone else who's able to do what he did. There will be guys who come along and we say, hey, you've had a fine career, right? Or you've done a great job for a long time. Like, I think Chris Fowler is phenomenal at what he does. I remember when Chris Fowler used to work on Scholastic Sports America on ESPN. And I guarantee you, 99% of the people listening don't even know what that is. And this was a high school sports show where Chris Fowler got his start and then worked his way up. And now he went from, doing tennis to sometimes on SportsCenter, and he was doing Game Day. Now he's calling play-by-play. He's been around forever and has been great at everything he's done. But even then, as amazing as Fowler is, he doesn't have that sort of touchstone that Lee Corso has. So I don't know who it would be.
Do you think it would be Kirk Herbstreit? Even though people are mad about his dog now. Peter Herbstreit? Did you see where he pooped all over the set?
Oh, no. I did not see that. I saw that he was on the headset last night.
Oh, well, here's what happened. They did that, kick where they have somebody, kick for money or whatever. They try to get the field goal.
Yeah.
So in the background, Peter, the dog, was, relieving himself a few feet away. So the guy makes the kick, and so they're all celebrating with this guy, and they accidentally, push him right into where the pile of poop was. So I don't know if this guy won $250,000 and also poop on the bottom of his shoe, but Jenks, I think the tides are turning against Kirk Herbstreit's dogs. Because remember when the last one died, everybody's like, oh, Kirk Herbstreit and his dogs, what a special relationship. And I was like, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have a family. And then I was like, wait, he does have a family.
He does. Yes,
this is not his only friend. So I love dogs, but I don't know. Peter's kind of a wild card. So we'll see if that sticks with College Game Day.
I knew it was bad last night for Bill Belichick, and they put that dog on the headset, so I was like, that's how you know a game is out of hand. There's a talk on the headsets. Oh, look at this. Herbstreit's dog might just call the fourth quarter. That's how out of hand this one is. Well, yeah, I get that. It's interesting, but that's the thing. when you talk about Herbstreit versus Corso, like almost everyone universally loved Lee Corso, but even with Kirk Herbstreit, there are some people who are like, even though I think Herbstreit's amazing. But I feel like Lee Corso, one of a kind. Heisman Trophy odds, they have shifted in a big way. So now we've gone from Arch Manning, the favorite before week 1. He has fallen. Garrett Nussmeier of LSU is your favorite at plus 650. Lenore Sellers, 7-1. Carson Beck, Gunnar Stockton, each 12-1. John Mateer, the quarterback at Oklahoma, nice opening week against, I think it was Illinois State, 13-1. Arch and Cade Klubnik has fallen as well. Both Arch and Cade, 16-1. So now that these favorites have fallen considerably, would you consider putting any money on Arch or Cade at 16-1 or someone else?
I think when it comes to futures, it is less about it's obviously something to do with your personal belief in the quarterback, but a lot of it has to do with timing. And is this the correct time to bet on somebody? Because from a timing standpoint, it feels like Arch Manning kind of fits the bill. Because think about it. He played an extremely tough opponent for his first game of the year on the road. That Ohio State defense is something else. And then you look at the schedule, like in the next few weeks, they have San Jose State at home. They have UTEP at home. They have Sam Houston's, I guess it's not Sam Houston State anymore, just Sam Houston. And then they go on the road to Florida. That will be a ranked opponent, at least for now. And I do think now that Arch Manning has a really tough road environment game under his belt, he should look better in that game. Yeah. So from a timing, standpoint, it does feel like Arch Manning kind of fits the bill.
Yeah, I think so as well. And precisely because of the reasons that you mentioned. Because Texas just plays cupcake central until they play Florida. So if there's going to be a time for Arch to get better, if there's going to be a time for the Texas offense to get better, and the Texas offense needs to get better, like Sark needs to get his head screwed on straight because he was thoroughly outcoached, then this is probably, unless Arch comes out and just does not play well, which I just don't see happening against this schedule. I mean, we saw enough of a sample size last year. He can still play quarterback, but maybe he's not ready to play quarterback against Ohio State and Matt Patricia's defense. We certainly saw that. So I think that's probably the best odds you're going to get on him because also he still has that name recognition, and all it's going to take is a good game or two, and all of a sudden those odds will shorten. So if you believe in Arch, then now's the time. And also Cade Klubnik, I think, is awesome value at 16-1. I understand that was a disappointing loss. I understand that, that it hurts your odds whenever you lose to a big-name opponent like that in LSU. But there's no question, particularly when you look at the ACC schedule coming up for Clemson, that Cade Klubnik could put up monster numbers. So at 16-1, I think I like Cade even more.
I think there is still a case to be made, though, for Lenore Sellers. I know his odds have shortened, and from a timing standpoint, it's not the best. But the highlight reels that he has been giving us, some of these plays are incredible. And that's kind of what you need to win a Heisman Trophy. I understand some of this is tied to South Carolina's success, and, it's going to be a tough road ahead for them, but still, they're a decent team. We have seen this story before. When Louisville had Lamar Jackson did not win a national championship. It was a good team, but it wasn't, the top team. So I think if Lenore Sellers can keep doing, what he's doing for South Carolina, that play where he, shook off defender after defender, that's what wins you a Heisman. If Arch Manning is not in the running, because I do think Arch Manning kind of has a leg up on the competition just because he's going to have all eyes on him at all times. But Lenore Sellers, my goodness, if we're just looking at the candidates, he's a pretty good one. I know it's 7-1, but you could probably pick a couple from this list. And by the end of the year, you could probably do some hedging. And hopefully you pick the right one. But I think at these prices, you can pick a couple. Lenore Sellers, I think he's going to go on the list for me.
God, I can't believe Double D has a ticket 16-1 on Lenore Sellers. Great call. And I'm looking at the schedule for South Carolina as we speak. So it's South Carolina State, Vandy, Missouri, Kentucky. Then they go to Death Valley to take on LSU. Then they're back at home. They host Oklahoma. Then after that, they host Alabama. Then they go to Ole Miss. Then they go to Texas A&M. And then they end the season hosting Clemson. So let me tell you something. Lenore Sellers is going to have a gauntlet coming up. But he absolutely has all of the tools to be that guy. And if he shows out in the majority of those games. Those games can be a double-edged sword, right? On one hand, it can absolutely help you, and you end up just slicing and dicing the competition, and you're amazing, and then you show everyone why you're the Heisman Trophy favorite or why you should win the trophy. And then on the other side, if you perform poorly in one of those games, then you drop considerably. So it can kind of go either way for you.
Yeah, but I don't know. It felt nice to be kind of validated because I've been watching that SEC Storied or like whatever the name is, that Netflix show is, and they have Lenore Sellers on there, and it's very easy to like fall in love with teams and be kind of biased. Because I was like, man, South Carolina is so awesome. I love their head coach. I want to root for him. But I was like, okay, Chelsea, how much of this is rooted in reality? Because we've seen this story before. Look at Hard Knocks and how many people believed in the Chicago Bears that, oh, the culture has returned. So it was nice to be validated because I think South Carolina looks pretty good in that opening game. So we will see if that can continue. But also, South Carolina needs to win those games as well. I don't think it's a thing where Lenore Sellers can like be pretty good. If he's out of this world and looks like Lamar Jackson, he can win it. But he's going to have to do that and like, prove it to people because South Carolina, I don't think is going to be, a team that wins a national title. But I do think if they get it to the college football playoff, he certainly has a good chance.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm a little worried about the South Carolina defense. I know when I was looking into the numbers and getting ready to preview South Carolina during our SEC previews, and I think last year they had a sturdier defense. I mean, what were we going to learn from this past weekend? Nothing. So it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks before we really learn about how good South Carolina is. So that worries me a little bit because, it's not like the Cy Young Award. You do have to win games. You can be unbelievable, but at some point you've got to have dubs on the schedule. People just look at that voting differently than they do in other sports. I totally understand that. But they can't lose like 4 or 5 games and have them win the Heisman. Ultimately, as good as your stats may be, if you're not putting notches in the win column, you don't get the credit. So when you have a schedule that difficult, I mean, their schedule is very, very tough, then we're going to find out whether he's up to the hype. But again, if he goes in and performs, then he could win it going away.
You know who I don't see on this list of candidates for Heisman Trophy winners? Thomas Castellanos. I bet he has something to say about that.
Yeah.
I wonder what he is going to say now that he has talked the talk and walked the walk. Because listen, he was electric. Like, Jenks, I don't know if you watched that Florida State game, but he was definitely the elixir that Florida State needed to get their juice back. And we talked about this, like, before the game. It was like, okay, maybe not the best idea to say, hey, Alabama without Nick Saban, whatever. We got this. They're not going to stop me. But sometimes I think for those type of programs, you need that type of personality. We've seen it with Diego Pavia, but can you make an actual case for him to be a Heisman contender?
I don't think so. At least for me. Maybe he comes out and he balls out, but I think there's a combination of things. Right now he's 30-1. I just don't know. I don't know how good Bama is this season. They're still going to be Alabama, but they didn't look nearly like I hate week 1 takes, and I am giving a week 1 take. But ultimately, I just feel like we need to know more about Alabama to see how impressive that performance really was, right? Like Florida State just as a team pushed Alabama around. And you never see that. When's the last time you saw the Crimson Tide not get beat, but I mean get pushed around, like get out physical by another squad? So I haven't seen that in a long time. So Castellanos, I'll tell you one thing, no matter what happens, he's going to have this because I thought on this show, oh, dude, you messed up. You should not have opened your mouth. You made a massive mistake. But also, when it turns your way, you can go back and look and say, maybe that's what this team needed. If you're Florida State, you're coming off a 2-10 year. The last thing you probably have is a lot of confidence. So when someone who was not a part of that comes in and says, you know what? We got something here. We'll be just fine. Maybe we'll take it to them. Sometimes that is contagious.
Yeah, and strictly from a schematic standpoint, like these are the quarterbacks that Gus Malzahn does the best with. Like that's the reason I took the over in that game. And I didn't think that Alabama was not going to hold up their end of the bargain, score points. But Gus Malzahn has done this before. And I mentioned his quarterback when he was at Auburn and they made it to the national championship game. Nick Marshall, who has the same skill set as Thomas Castellanos. But I will say this, Nick Marshall made it all the way to the national championship game, but did not win the Heisman because there was somebody by the name of Jameis Winston that won it that year. But I'm saying there could be some high potential for Thomas Castellanos in that offense.
That's the beauty of it. You just never know, right? It's so early. Like, who knows what's going to happen? Who knows? I'll look at the odds right now. We'll talk about Nico later. Nico Iamaleava, 100-1. Woof. That was not a good performance either. Coming up next here on the show, even more from college football. We're going to look at the winners and losers from week one. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Come on back on a Tuesday.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea gives out her favorite teaser plays from the NFL in Teaser Tuesday here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. Whole crew is back. Except I think we have Brian today. Is that right? I believe we do. All right, Brian. Good morning, Brian. Brian's here with us as well. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Coming up here on the show, the winners and losers from week 1 in college football. Man, I'll tell you, I went to the Texas watch party on Saturday, and I've never seen so many Texas fans in one place here in D.C. It was awesome until the end when it's just like watching everyone walk around sad. And then I had one guy like yell at me randomly. There's always one. I was just minding my own business. The game wasn't even over. It was 14-7. And I'm walking to the bathroom, and some guy's like, "Oh, yeah, Arch Manning's real good." And I was like, okay. Just like kept walking. Like, I'm always amazed at adults who, like, lose their minds. And I know there's fans like this everywhere. But particularly to strangers and particularly in bars when they kind of make a scene on their own. I'm like, dude, it's, we're playing a game here. It was very odd. And then I came back out, and he was gone. So, I don't know. Maybe he was hammered. Maybe he was the one Ohio State guy in the bar, but it kind of came out of nowhere.
So, like, are you supposed to take that as, like, a personal insult?
Yeah.
Like, listen, my brother in Christ, this is not my son. Me and Arch Manning are not related. In fact, we're not friends. Like, we've never gotten coffee together. Like, we don't do our homework together. Because, listen, it would be weird if I was friends with a college student as well. So, when you say this, it does not hurt my feelings. Hope this helps.
Right. Also, I'm not a child. Like, people, and I think, honestly, that's the thing that I've had this happen a couple times. I think everybody has at some point. You're walking around a tailgate bar, whatever, and somebody decides just to, like, pop off. And when they don't get a response, and when you look at them like, what is your problem? Like, that's the worst thing for them because they're like, oh. Because the thing they want more than anything is for you to, like, come back at them, right? So they can say something. And I just kind of, like, laugh like, okay, you do you, big guy. So, but after that, we still had a good day. We actually meandered around the corner to a hotel bar and met up with it was weird, some Texas fans who had been there, talked with them, some Inter Miami fans as well. And then who was the other team there? It was like this amalgamation of sports fans cheering for different teams. So it was still a good day.
As opposed to me, who I was finishing up some landscaping while I was watching it on my YouTube TV on my phone.
Nice.
So instead of like other fans, I had the azaleas, I had the pansies, I had the petunias. I had all my friends, Jenks.
That's good. Nothing wrong with some flower friends on a beautiful day. Well, maybe we won't make some friends here because it's time for us to pick our winners and losers from week 1 in college football. These are the week 1 reactions that we love so much. So, Chelsea, I'll start with you. You want to start? Do you want to start with winners or losers? Where do you want to go here?
I have a lot of winners, so let's start with winners. Because
right.
let's try to be like a little bit positive, because I understand I'm not a positive person, but this is a morning show, so we'll lean in a bit. So I'm going to go, this one's not going to be your favorite, Jenks. Number 1, I'm going to go Ohio State.
Okay.
That was a big win for them against Arch Manning. And listen, I think more than anything, like the defense was really, really impressive. Because I think if you were Texas and somebody said to you, okay, your defense only allowed 14 points, wouldn't you think you won the game?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing is that, the offense for Ohio State was not that great. Like, Julian Sayin was fine. But it wasn't, the masterclass that I thought, they were going to put out, just throwing the football all over the place. So I think the defense for Ohio State was a big winner of the weekend. Number 2, I'm going to go Florida State. They've got their juice back. Maybe they're not going to win anything this year, but they at least feel like a contender now. A year removed after a 2-10 season, it feels like there's hope for Florida State fans. Number 3, I'm going to go C.J. Daniels, the best catch of the weekend, probably of the year. I don't know if you saw this in the Notre Dame and Miami game, but this was shades of Odell Beckham Jr. C.J. Daniels with the catch of the year. And then number 4, going to go Lee Corso. Sorry to put you at number 4, but Lee Corso needed to be thrown in there of winner of the weekend. It felt like a celebration of his life, of his career. Even on Fox, they cut to him when he was doing like the final headgear pick. So those are my winners. There's only 4 that I listed. I could go on, but we don't have all day.
I agree with you. I would say when it comes to Ohio State, I would be even more specific and give it to Matt Patricia. Like, his game plan was unbelievable. He absolutely outcoached Steve Sarkisian and confused Arch Manning all game. There were some times when Arch had guys wide open or he just threw a bad pass, but he couldn't take advantage of those spots. And that's because Matt Patricia just brought it and challenged Texas, said, you know what, we don't respect your running game. Try and throw it deep on us. We're not going to let you do that either. So they just stopped those deep routes and didn't trust Texas to do anything else. It was a great game plan. It absolutely worked. So credit to him. Credit to Ohio State. I also believe Florida State is up there as well. I mean, anytime you're coming back from a season that they had last year and then you take it to Alabama, not just win, you take it to Alabama, that's something. And also, got to give credit to Brian Kelly. This guy was maligned again and again and again and again for not winning in a season opener, All the pressure was on him. We knew that. Remember him last year just pounding the table after that loss? And so for him to go into Clemson against a team that has all the tools on their roster to win a national title in the Clemson Tigers, for him to go in there and get that dub was just massive for him. It was massive for LSU. So that's the only other winner I would add to the list. Besides Lee Corso, you have to add Lee Corso.
Yeah, for sure. Like, LSU definitely was, like, in the contenders for me. It's like, how many winners am I going to name? But I do think it was big for LSU, especially when you go on the road in the first game of the season in one of those big marquee matchups. And I was just thinking to myself, like, how awesome was it for the viewers to get marquee matchups the first week of the season? Like, if you don't agree with anything else when it comes to the college football playoff, I will agree that it is awesome that some of these games, like, people aren't afraid to schedule these big name opponents because we, the viewers, are the winners from all of that.
Yeah. And now we get a week 2 of nothing, like a tumbleweed going down the road. But yeah, wasn't it awesome to have that, that schedule? And this is why I don't want a large college football playoff of 24, 28 teams, whatever it is, because it takes away from these big-time matchups. Because at the end of the day, LSU, Texas, Alabama probably, these teams are probably still going to make the playoff, right? But it will affect seeding. It will have an effect later on in the year. But when you have a larger field, then it really affects even less. And so I think you want to have a playoff that means something. And that makes these games mean even more because you just never know at the end of the year how things are going to shake out. It could be close for one of these teams if things don't break the right way. But yeah, we were the real winners actually having a week 1 of college football filled with so many great games. What about losers here?
Losers. All right. So I got 2 losers, and they're very, very obvious. Alabama and Kalen DeBoer, obviously.
Woof.
You lose to an unranked team your first week of the season. Yeah, you might as well list your home for sale because that's how it feels like for Kalen DeBoer. And here's the thing. Like, SEC fans are never rational. So, like, if you come at me and say, oh, Chelsea, this is not a rational take. Well, SEC fans are never rational. And here's the thing. You are playing a losing game when you will always be compared to Nick Saban. Like, you're never going to win at that game. He's the best college football coach probably of all time. And here's the stat that's been floating around that everybody has been viewing across all social media platforms. So Nick Saban coached 230 games at Alabama. He had 4 losses to unranked teams during that stretch. 230 games. Kalen DeBoer has coached 14 games at Alabama and now has lost 4 games to unranked opponents. So I don't think it's going well for Kalen DeBoer. I do think Florida State deserves some credit in that win, but still, Alabama's number 1 on the losers. Number 2, UNC. Did you see the final score? Bill Belichick not riding high right now. So those are my 2 biggest losers of the weekend.
Yeah, I would say, Belichick is up there. And also, it's the first time Alabama has lost a season opener since 2001. Bama fans have not experienced that in a quarter century. So you can go through the stats, but yeah, Kalen DeBoer goes from a situation where he probably has very little pressure on him compared to the pressure cooker that is Alabama. I certainly understand why you take that job. But now he's going to have to go through it like he has never been through it before. I will also say, I mean, Arch Manning was a big loser relative to the hype. I don't blame him in that, look, he's not responsible for the hype. Okay, he said all the right things, which is I haven't proven anything. But ultimately, when you have that much hype, whether it's deserve it or not, and you perform like that, that's a disappointment. Also, out west, Nico Iamaleava. I feel like this kind of got lost in the mix. But, you know, this was a guy that was looking for a fresh start after wanting more money at Tennessee. He goes to UCLA, 11 of 22, 136 yards, a pick and a touchdown. UCLA loses to Utah 43-10. He was sacked 4 times. So Nico has gone from someone who's kind of right there amongst the big names we're talking about, and I had forgotten. Like, he was just kind of just out there in the ether. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot he was out there playing for UCLA, and also they got donkey stomped. So I feel like he was a loser as well relative to what he was hoping for, I would think, leaving Tennessee. And a little bit, I would say, is Cade Klubnik, who wasn't awful, but he certainly didn't have that performance that we thought he was going to have. Hate to put him in the loser category. Someone had to lose that game. He wasn't great. But certainly I think the people you named, Kalen DeBoer in Bama and Bill Belichick, Carolina, 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's why I didn't mention Arch or Cade Klubnik, just because, like, you're playing really tough teams.
Yeah.
But going back to Nico, I feel like you always hear this, like, motivational phrase where people are like, always bet on yourself. Well, if you're Nico, maybe don't bet on yourself. Or John Mateer.
Yeah, right. I mean, the thing about, like, Nico, I'm sure, I mean, he's going to be fine, but ultimately what you do is reportedly downgrade in money and then certainly a downgrade on the talent around you. And then long term, if you had plans on making the NFL or playing pro football, and that certainly affects your long-term prospects. So it's not just a downgrade in 1 or 2 areas. You take them all together, and then it becomes something that affects you, you know, in an even more significant way. So he's got a long way to go as well. Coming up next here on the show, it is Hour 2 and a Teaser Tuesday. Stick around for that. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
kids.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Lock it in, people. It's officially football season. And maybe you made some kind of excuse saying, oh, well, it's only college football season. Well, it is Tuesday, September 2nd. We are officially after Labor Day, and we have NFL games this week. So it's time to get down to business. And of course, we are here to help you make the best bets possible, or at least we're going to do our best. Over the next hour, here's what you can expect here on the show. We're going to start off with the first Teaser Tuesday of the season. I'm going to give you my favorite teaser legs in the NFL. If you don't know what a teaser is, just stay tuned. I'll get you all set up with that. And then at 7:20, on to baseball, our best MLB bets of the slate, because we want to make some money today. Then at 7:40, it's Take Tuesday, where we have the hottest takes coming out of the weekend, and we tell you if it is a good take, a bad take, or a take that needs to be kicked out of the door. All right, it's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. So, Jenks, it's officially after Labor Day, which means you can't wear white anymore. And also, it feels like the official start of fall. I have my pumpkin candle burning, which normally I don't do during the show. It's making me a little nervous because I'm like, Chelsea, what if you knock it over and everything just lights on fire? But what's the fall meter in your household? Have you guys, turned, the dial to all the way fall yet? Has Catherine offered you a pumpkin spice latte yet? Have you put out a pumpkin?
We have not yet, but I think I know I said this last week, we just finished completely redoing our bedroom. Like, it just needed to be done.
Ooh.
So it definitely has some fall tones to it. And then we're going to get a guy today to come finish it up. He's just going to do some wiring for our TV so it doesn't have wires anywhere. But it's really nice. And we got it done just in time for the fall. So, when it kind of gets crisp outside, you sleep well and you can snuggle up. And so for us, having that done like just before fall hits, when is, super busy time of year for us, is sort of perfect. And we actually put out some candles. So I wouldn't say in the traditional way we've sort of leaned into fall, but kind of in a more subtle way. But yeah.
Well, I think it's the prep season. I have not decorated my stoop yet, but I have done all the necessary things to clean the house and make sure it's ready. We are setting the table for fall season. So it's we are in the last stages of preseason football, as opposed to we're not in summer training camp anymore. It's time to get down to business for decorating for fall. So I have cleaned up and I've made sure that the house looks a little bit better. Because during the summer, when it's nice out, I don't want to sit in and do housework. But when the fall rolls around, I want it to have all of the vibes. I want the house to be clean. I want candles burning everywhere. I want some sort of decor. I feel like I need to update my candy dish, but that's not the healthiest thing, because that's a problem is if you have a candy dish, every single time I walk by, I'm going to get a Reese's pumpkin, which is another great thing about the fall. It is the best Reese's season of all the seasons, because you have obviously the Reese's Hearts, the Reese's Eggs, the Reese's Pumpkins, and the Reese's Santas, I believe. This feels like something I should know, but the pumpkins, I feel have the best ratio of chocolate to peanut butter.
I feel like you must own stock in the Hershey company. I like the eggs. I like the traditional peanut butter cups. I'll get me some Reese's flavored milk if I can find it. I like Reese's everything. But you're not wrong. I mean, they are delicious. I mean, it is that time. I am definitely ready for fall. Fall is absolutely my favorite season. I'm more of a cold weather person than warm weather person, unless I'm by the water and then it switches. But I'm glad we're finally here where it's fall weather, crisp outside, football on TV. Get me some candy and let's go.
It's the best time of year. I feel like I'm in much better spirits these days because it's just everything is going my way. We've got the fall beers, we've got the PSLs, we've got college football, and this week, Jenks, the NFL officially returns. So our weekends are pretty much planned until February? Which is an awesome feeling. I don't have to charade that I'm going to all these social engagements. All right, so since NFL is back, that means my teasers are back. So it's time to play Who Ruins My Teaser?
Chelsea is such a teaser.
All right, so if it's been a while and you need a refresher course when it comes to teasers, here's how they work. So you can play different types of teasers, but the most common one is a 6-point teaser. You get 6 points in your favor either direction. So here's an example. Like if you like the Broncos laying 7.5 at home against my Titans, you could tease it down and get them all the way down to a 1.5 favorites at home. Okay. First game of the season against a rookie quarterback. And here's the other thing. These are the best to play in the NFL. And the goal of this is to go through as many key numbers as possible. So when you go from 7.5 to 1.5, you go through 7, you go through 6, you go through 3. And those are 3 major key numbers. Because think about it. In the NFL, points are more at a premium as opposed to college. Mm-hmm. That is another commandment of teasers. Do not be teasing college football games. There is too much volatility in the scores to where it just doesn't make a ton of sense. So rule number 1 is you go through as many key numbers as possible. Rule number 2 is only do it in the NFL. All right, so when we have those ground rules out of the way, let's begin on my favorite teaser legs of the week. All right, Jenks, so I found several good candidates, and I'm going to give you all of the candidates, and you tell me who ruins my teaser, and we're going to kick that team out. All right, so leg number 1, and we're starting off a little shaky, but I do think that based on this number, I do like it. I'm going to go Raiders, who are +3 at the Patriots. You get that all the way to +9. I do think the Patriots are going to be a lot better this year, but I don't think they're going to be boat racing people. Like maybe I'm not high enough on Drake May, but it's also the first game of the season. I think this needs to be said as well. Week 1 in the NFL is always chaos. We see this constantly. Dogs are always barking. Like we always see these wild upsets. So I think underdogs are kind of the way to go, especially for teasers. So we're going to go Raiders +9 at the Patriots. Next up, Ravens are on the road at the Bills. Should be a great game. The Ravens are getting a 1.5. And this is one where you go through all those key numbers. So you take it from 1.5 all the way to +7.5. I think the Ravens could win that game, outright. Now you get them at +7.5. Next up, the Dolphins are getting a 1.5 on the road at the Colts. I don't think the Colts should be favored against anybody except for maybe the Saints. So that's an easy teaser leg for me. Dolphins +7.5 on the road at the Colts. Next up, I kind of alluded to this one. The Broncos laying 7.5 at home against my Titans. The new line in the teaser is the Broncos laying a 1.5. They just basically need to win by 2 points. I think that's a very good teaser leg. And then the final one, and I don't love doing standalone games, so this might be out, but the Bears getting a 1.5 at home against the Vikings. So they would be getting 7.5 points in the teaser. So, Jenks, we've got the Raiders, the Ravens, the Dolphins, the Broncos, and the Bears. Who ruins my teaser?
Maybe the Colts ruin it for you? Like, could the Colts come out? I don't know how good Miami's going to be. And I don't think the Colts are going to be good either. Like, I'm with you. Why are they favored against anyone? But also, Daniel Jones is serviceable enough where against a Dolphins defense that is replacing, I believe, their entire secondary through trade or free agency. Like, if he has one of those games, because from time to time, he'll look pretty good. And they do have some weapons on that offense. So I think there's a possibility of all the ones that you mentioned that maybe the Colts ruin it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I would say Indy.
Okay, so the Dolphins are out. So now we stand with the Raiders, the Ravens, the Broncos, and the Bears. Do we want to make this a 3-leg teaser? Or are we kicking somebody else out? Because normally, I will say this, on Teaser Tuesday, it's generally 3-leg teasers. I think it's +240. Okay. And I've had some success with those. So do we kick the Bears out or are we kicking the Raiders out? because I feel pretty strongly about the Broncos. Like at home, first game of the season against a rookie quarterback. I think the Broncos are really going to be really good this year, especially when you have the head coaching advantage with Sean Payton. And Bo Nix at least has a season under his belt. So I do like the Broncos quite a bit. And plus, like, here's the thing. If they ruin my teaser, I'm not going to be that mad because I'm a Titans fan. But I like the Ravens. Think they can win that game outright. So plus 7.5. I do think it's going to be a close game. How do we feel about the Bears getting 7.5 at the Vikings?
I mean, it should be
at home against the Vikings.
Yeah. It's the only thing that scares me about this game is that there's so many unknowns. Like, what are we going to get from J.J. McCarthy? I don't know. I wouldn't bet on him because we have, like, no idea. And also, Caleb Williams could be because the Vikings defense was really good last season. Like, I know we all focused on Sam Darnold, the incredible season he had where he was an MVP candidate, but the Vikings defense was fantastic last year, and they have a lot of those pieces coming back. So if they stay healthy, that's going to carry them in a lot of games. And Caleb Williams is learning a brand new system under Ben Johnson. And we've seen, training camp reports where he just has not been able to grasp it just yet. Like he's sort of relearning everything, like another rookie season for him. So I think if we're trying to go with another game that maybe doesn't go the way we think, maybe it's that one. Caleb Williams could have a bad game and the Vikings show out, their defense performs, and you lose that leg. If we're trying to play devil's advocate here.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing. And I think this is an important practice when you are betting is always consider the other side. Mm-hmm. Here is another team that almost made the card for me, but something just doesn't feel right. So the first game of the season, it almost looks like it's tailor-made for a teaser. The Eagles are laying 8 at home against the Cowboys. So obviously if you put it in teaser, they would be down to -2 at home. Why can't I pull the trigger on this? Like, this feels very cut and dry to me. Like, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. They're playing at home. The Cowboys, it feels like their stock could not be lower. But I don't know. It's a divisional matchup. Like, I'm not a huge fan of, like, just assuming divisional matchups are going to go one way or the other. Because I would bet you, like, the public's going to be all over the Eagles here.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe you could justify it saying, okay, I'm going to play this on a Tuesday and say the line is probably going to move in the direction of the Eagles. But should this be in my teaser?
I think so. Like, I'm not laying 8. Like, this number has gone from 6.5 to 7 to 8, and it wouldn't shock me if by game time there's a little bit of public money that comes in and maybe moves it to 9. But at some point, it is a divisional game. And look, the Cowboys are dysfunctional. They got worse on defense, but there's still plenty of talent there, right? And it's laying more than a touchdown in a divisional game. That's a lot of points. It's not like the Cowboys at the Saints, so I wouldn't touch that. But if you're getting the Eagles at home on a Thursday night in a divisional game where you're laying less than a field goal, you're laying 2, you play down from 6, then, yeah, I'd play that.
Yeah, it feels like, again, it's a great teaser number. And, like, what I mean is we are going through a bunch of key numbers. So, like, you look at the board and, like, certain games kind of jump off the page. But maybe this is not based in logic. I feel like this is just in the back of my mind. It feels like the Eagles, to me, sometimes, especially at the start of the year, play down to the level of their competition. Like, it almost feels like they're at a point where they're so good that sometimes I feel like they might sandbag a little bit and there might not be that urgency there where it would be, for most people who win a Super Bowl. Your first game back, you're standing on top of the world and you're looking down your nose at the Cowboys who just gave away Micah Parsons. So I don't know. Sometimes when games feel too obvious, that's when I start to get really nervous, especially in the NFL. I feel like this is the difference between the NFL and college, is that sometimes it feels like you think of all the logic and you put it in one category.
Yeah.
And you go the opposite when it comes to the NFL. This is why it's the toughest sport to bet on in all of sports. The lines are the sharpest, and sometimes things don't make sense, especially in week 1. So this is one where it just looks too obvious, and that's what makes me nervous.
No, I get it. But I will say Eagles -2 is part of a teaser. I might just do that. Like, I have full confidence the Eagles can win by a field goal at home.
I'm already thinking of my same game parlay. That's on Thursday, Jenks.
Oh, yeah.
2 days.
You can do it 2 days. 2 days. Yeah, I have confidence in that. But when it moved past 7, I was like, there's no way I'm touching this game. Like it could be I feel like at worst it's a field goal game, and I'll give the Eagles, a chance to win with a field goal as part of a teaser here. But I mean, you're right. And look, it's the National Football League. When people say, I think we can go undefeated this year, I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. I hear that from fans, like Commanders fans from time to time. I'm like, no, we're not. We're not going undefeated. Why, are you a hater? I'm like, no, it's the national. Do you watch the NFL? It's the NFL. You just don't go undefeated. Yeah, there's like a couple of exceptions ever in history. It just doesn't happen. It's the national. It's too hard. So your favorite team will lose some games this season that they shouldn't lose.
Somebody's going to take that personal. Like, no, they're not, Jenks. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears to baseball. We can make some money today. MLB card is next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Tuesday. It is September 2nd here on the show. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. And Jenks, sometimes it can be a little tricky switching back and forth from a football mindset to a baseball mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And we have talked about the differences and the similarities between betting the two before. I think one of the main things is I don't really look at line movement as much as I do in football, as opposed to like baseball, where I don't really look at line movement too much. Like I obviously take some stock of it. Like if I see a line plummet, I'm saying, okay, where's the missing puzzle piece?
Yeah.
What am I saying here? But in football, it's really difficult to like look at a line and see it move 3 points in a certain direction. Like, all right, well, do I really want to go against this? Most of the time, I do not. But I will say this, like baseball, I will leave a bet on the table based on price. And like sometimes that's the case with football, but I think especially in college football, a mismatch is a mismatch. And, you know, if you feel strongly in a team, sometimes I'm not saying the points don't matter and that price never matters. I'm just saying it matters a little bit less to me. Like, hopefully this is making some sense to you. So let's put some of this into action. So last night, as I was looking at some of these lines, this line didn't make sense to me. And I'm like, what am I missing here? I think if it was a football bet, I would say, uh-oh, this smells fishy. There's something I'm not seeing. I'm not on campus, so I don't know what's going on. But why are the Dodgers only minus 185 against the Pirates today? Did you see this and think something was weird? Like, Clayton Kershaw's been pitching pretty well. And normally, when I looked at this game, because normally I'll look at MLB.com and look at the matchups, and I'm like, okay, Dodgers are probably minus 225 today. We'll see what the run line price is. But minus 185? Like that, I understand the Dodgers are making a long trip to Pittsburgh, but the Pirates are still not a great team. So does this give you pause when you see a line like this?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I saw this too, and I'm like, shouldn't this be at least minus 200? Easy, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy? Maybe it's because Majinski has been good this season, I guess. It makes me think that the Dodgers are going to sit someone out, like a player or two out. It's the only thing I can think of. But I haven't heard anything, haven't seen anything. Like, do odds makers know something? Like, is Shohei not going to play? Is Mookie going to sit out? I don't know. But yeah, I'm like you. 185 here is, if you like laying juice, I'm not gonna talk you off of it. It's still too expensive for me to play, I think. But Clayton Kershaw here, the way he's been pitching, and obviously have a massive lineup advantage. I don't get it.
Yeah, if you are willing to go in the minus 160s, I think you can get the Dodgers first five money line minus 166.
You can.
And we've talked about price being relative, especially in the first 5 innings, because you could also get a push, and I do think that's worth 15 extra cents. So like I think you can make a good case for the Dodgers minus 166 in the first 5 innings. The way that Clayton Kershaw has been pitching, like it feels almost disrespectful to put this line on him with this lineup behind him. You look at each of his last 3 starts, 3 earned runs or fewer. I know he hasn't been striking out quite as many batters, but over his last 7, he's 5-1 with a 2.63 ERA. So the crafty veteran, even though his velocity has taken a dip, he still knows how to pitch, and that counts for something, especially against the Pirates, who have not been great against left-handed pitching. So I think you make a really strong case for the Dodgers today. I don't think I've bet on them all season long, but this price, I don't know. It seems a little fishy, but maybe you can take them in the first 5 innings. All right, Jake. So I know that, was it last week that you bet on Nolan McLean and the Mets? He's been really good. The young pitcher for New York is 3-0 with a .089 ERA, and the Mets are minus 135, but here is where maybe you need to think about it for a second. They are on the road at one of the best teams in the American League in the Tigers. Tigers starting Sawyer Gipson-Long, who's 0-1 with a 4.32 ERA, total of 8.5 runs. So Jenks, McLean has been incredible so far, but this is a good offense that he'll be facing. Do you still trust in Nolan McLean here?
I think I want to bet him. I think I'm going to do it. If I had him at minus 130, I mean, I know it's the Mets on the road, right? Like, generally, you want the Mets at home, right? They're just a completely different team. But they did score 10 runs last night, and Sawyer Gipson-Long is essentially going to be an opener for the Tigers. I just don't know if McLean is going to let down here based on what we've seen. In 3 starts, 2 runs over 23rd innings, and also he struck out 21, and also he's faced some really good hitting teams, Mariners, Braves, and Phillies. So it's not like he's been facing Pirates, Rockies, Marlins, and he's been awesome. So I understand why the Mets are favored. It's because of this. And look, if you want to bet the Tigers at home at plus money, I'm not going to fault you there. But I think I'm going to be on the Mets here and trust McLean.
Yeah, what's wild about him is that he's been going deep into games. Like his last start against the Phillies, he went 8 innings and didn't give up a single run. So I don't think that he's probably going to go 8 again, especially with this Tigers lineup that maybe is going to work the counts a little bit better. But if you want to bet on Nolan McLean, you can bet on him and him only. Like, if you don't want to trust the Mets offense, you can go to some of these props. If you look at strikeouts, which maybe is a way to go, but I would caution you and say, okay, he pitched 8 innings last game and only got 6. So he would need to pitch a lot of innings again to go over 5.5. So maybe you go hits allowed. The number that I'm seeing right now is 5.5. I think you'd hit the under for -150. It's a little juicy, but look at these innings. Like, he pitched 8 innings last time around, 7 innings the game before that, and only gave up 4 hits. And here's the thing. If he is giving up some hard contact, I do think they'll pull him since he is a young guy. So I don't think he gets to this hit threshold. His stuff's been really good. And plus, sometimes these younger guys have an advantage because people haven't seen their stuff yet. So this will be the first time the Tigers have seen Nolan McLean, so I think that goes in his favor. Or you could do earned runs allowed. 2.5 is the line, which I think is pretty nice. -135 for the under. So I think either of those bets you could make a really strong case for. Nolan McLean under 2.5 earned runs. Jenks, that might make the card for me.
Do it. I'm just going to go Mets money line -130. And I was also, while you were talking, I was also looking at Dodgers first 5 money line prices. Found it at -162. Ooh. Think I'm going to have to bet it. Yeah, how about that, huh? Oh, not too
That's like
bad.
me when I go to Bath and Body Works and they're like, 2 candles for $30. And you're like, wow, what a bargain. When it's not a bargain at all. But listen, if I want something, I want something. And I kind of want the Dodgers first 5 money line. So we'll keep you posted on that price. Hopefully it goes down for us. Let me ask you about this game because I feel like I didn't even really look at it because I have been spurned before by the Red Sox behind Garrett Crochet. Because here's the thing. You are not going to get a good price on the Red Sox when somebody who is contending for the Cy Young is pitching. They're -250 against the Guardians today behind Slade Ciccone, who does not have good numbers. 5-6 with a 4.41 ERA. But Jenks, I played the run line with the Red Sox before behind Garrett Crochet, and I have lost those bets. So maybe it's time to step away from the Red Sox. But again, Garrett Crochet is in the circle of trust. He has been very, very good this season. 14-5, 2.40 ERA. But do you trust him enough to find a creative way to play this for the Red Sox?
Well, I wish I could say that I was being creative here, but I am going to bet the Red Sox on the run line here at -115. Found it at -113 when I was shopping around this morning. I get it. I understand it. But ultimately, I mean, Crochet is in the middle of this Cy Young race for a reason. 2 runs or less in 8 of his last 9 starts. Red Sox are 12-3 straight up in his last 15 appearances. Also, Slade Ciccone has started to slip a little bit as the season has progressed. 2 runs or more in 10 of his last 11. So he's going to give up some runs. There's no question about it. Boston, 43-27 at home this season. I mean, I could do the old Red Sox -1. I've been looking at those bets more recently, but you know, you're going to lay more juice there. I think you just go Red Sox on the run line at -113. This is a big-time pitching mismatch, and I think Crochet gets it done.
Yeah, one would think. I have made this very case before, and I would say, like, there's not a bet going the other direction. Like, I'm not going to make a case for the Guardians. I am just saying, due to personal reasons, I don't think I will be spurned by the Red Sox again. It should be noted, though, Red Sox only 2.5 games back of the Blue Jays in the AL East. So every game absolutely matters. at this point. So keep that in mind as you're betting some of these teams down the stretch. I'm not saying like, teams that don't have anything to play for can't win games, because we've seen this before. The Rockies always beat us. Feels like when we bet against them. But just know the Red Sox will be using like their best relievers, and every move will matter for the Red Sox down the stretch. All right, Jenks, free roll here. Is there a game that I have not mentioned that maybe is worth a look for bettors?
Well, I keep going back and forth on this one. So here's the thing. I'm not going to play this game, and it's going to go against, I think, conventional wisdom, but I like the over between the Yankees and the Astros, and it's set for 7 and a hook. And I know people are going to be like, dude, you're going over Max Fried and Framber Valdez. You're going over. But, I don't know if you've ever handicapped a game and you start looking into the numbers a little bit deeper, and it kind of goes the opposite of the way you initially thought. And initially I thought, oh, this is definitely an underplay. Maybe you play it up to 8. But I don't think so. Like, both of these guys have been touched up by the opposing lineups, and very recently, too. Like, Max Fried gave up 4 runs over 5 innings just 3 weeks ago to the Astros. Framber Valdez, 4 runs to the Yankees when he faced them back on August the 9th. Fried is worse on the road this season, 3.71 ERA. And Valdez has not been great. Like, his ERA has slowly risen throughout the last month or so. He looked good last time out, but he was also facing the Rockies. I think over 7.5 is the play here. It's not going to make the card for me because it makes me nervous. These guys could absolutely come out and, come out with their hair on fire, and all of a sudden it's a 2-1 game as a final. But I actually like the over in this game.
I think this is when you look at the splits and you say, okay, if you go to MLB.com and you click on like scores and you look at matchups, they will show you the splits for every batter against this pitcher. And I think this is a great tool to use. If you have that like thing in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, I think I remember Framber Valdez giving up some runs to the Yankees. All right, so here's some of the numbers. If you're looking for position players to back, Jose Altuve is hitting 600 off Max Fried with a home run and an RBI. It is a small sample size, though, 5 at-bats and an OPS of 1,800. So beware if you're betting hits props. He could get walked in this situation because obviously there's been some walks in there that leads to that OPS being so high. Yordan Alvarez hitting 333 off Max Fried as well. Looking at the other side, the Yankees versus Framber Valdez, there are some good numbers in there. Cody Bellinger hitting 333. Trent Grisham hitting 667. Giancarlo Stanton has a home run and 12 at-bats and hitting 500, OPS of 1,400 against Framber Valdez. And that's the thing with some of these veteran pitchers, and especially, Max Fried obviously hasn't been playing for the Yankees that long, but when the Yankees and the Astros have met in the ALCS so many times in the postseason, they get used to facing each other. So I think that kind of goes into the handicap as well, because Framber Valdez certainly has pitched against the Yankees in the postseason, not just the regular season. So again, that familiarity goes in the favor of the batter. So I see where you're leaning in that direction. I don't know. It's tough because both those pitchers certainly have high-end potential, and over the course of the season, they have been really good, but it is a matchup that would make me worry if I was playing an under in that one. All right, Jenk, so Logan Webb has been a member of the Circle of Trust for us, but do we play him when he is on the road? And I have said this before, that the Rockies have been our kryptonite on the show, but you can play the Giants either on the run line, or you can play Logan Webb's earned runs props. I think his is 2.5 today because obviously it is at the Mile High City. Sometimes it's a little bit tougher to pitch, but I would say this. Logan Webb is a veteran pitcher that's pitched at Coors Field plenty of times. So if anybody knows the strategy to keep the ball down and maybe pitch to more contact and go for those ground balls, it's Logan Webb. So I think under 2.5 earned runs is a pretty solid play for Logan Webb. But I don't know about the Giants offense. Like, I trust Logan Webb, but the Giants offense, I think, has been too hit or miss for me.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, because even if you want to bet like the Giants on the run on here, what is it, minus 146? I feel like we get certain players, we kind of put them in a certain spot. And Logan Webb's the guy when he plays in San Francisco, right? Like, he's a great pitcher all the way around, but his numbers just diminish in an incredible way when he's playing at home. And Kyle Freeland, sometimes comes out and has decent stuff. So, Yeah, if I had to bet on this game, I would probably go Giants run line. But ultimately, believe it or not, I'm not actually interested in fading Colorado today.
Yeah, we've learned our lesson. Like, it's crazy in baseball how even like the worst teams in baseball can still win games. I think that's the mindset that's different in baseball as opposed to like college football or even the NFL. I know the NFL has a ton of parity as well, but it's just different. Like, there's a reason they play 162 games because it is a large sample size sport. All right, it's time to get back to football. I know you guys are clamoring for it. It's Take Tuesday. Well, we're giving you the hottest takes out of the weekend and telling you where they should be ranked. That's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea react to Denton and Double D's takes from the weekend, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for rolling with us this morning here on the Daily Tip. It is football season, and the takes, they are aplenty. So in this segment, we're playing Take Tuesday, which is almost as good as Taco Tuesday, where we give you the hottest takes of the weekend, and me and Jenks try to decide which takes are for real and which takes need to GTFO. All right, Jenks, let me ask you. So a little teaser to one of the takes that I think Denton's going to be giving us.
Yeah.
How do you feel about people bringing dogs everywhere? Because over the last 5 years, like, we have seen this huge influx of people wanting to bring their dogs to, restaurants, to the grocery store, to the point where grocery stores have to put up signs saying, unless this is a service animal, your dog does not belong around,
Right.
food people are eating. But I know you used to have a dog. Josie, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And if people don't know the viral video that you had, commentating her walking down the street, it might be one of like the most wholesome videos I've ever seen. So do some digging when it comes to Jenks Social and look for that video. I don't know if you still have it pinned, but it's very cute. How do you feel about dogs being everywhere? Do you think it's a thing that needs to happen, or should there be a line?
I think you gotta pull it back a little bit. I mean, I am an animal lover. I used to have a dog, now I have a cat. Like, I love pets. I love animals. But they don't belong everywhere. And then they end up causing, like, a lot of problems. Like, for example, good example, I mean, we were outside on Saturday watching the Texas-Ohio State game, and someone brought her dog, which is fine. But the dog was sitting in water right under our table. And then the dog starts wagging its tail and splashing water all over me and Catherine. Like, Catherine got like a stain on her shirt. And it's like, hey, if you're going to bring your dog, okay, but be aware of what your dog is doing. Or a dog in a bar, like, I've seen that before. And it's like, what? Like, I'm trying to maneuver around people. Also, there's a dog here. Like, I love animals, but you can't bring them everywhere just because you feel like it. I had a friend of mine used to bring a dog into the newsroom. And someone finally had to say, listen, you can't bring your pet and have it just walk around here, because you set a precedent where everyone can just bring their animal, and this is not a place for animals. No disrespect, you can't do it. So in certain situations, fine. And if you're going to do it, make sure you are aware of what your dog, cat, whatever, usually it's a dog, is doing. It's like when people bring their kids somewhere and then they're not paying attention, and their kids are just like running loose like crazy. It's like, hey, do you see what was it? I don't know why I'm going off on this. A few months ago, we're sitting down and these parents brought their kids to a restaurant, fine. And this kid is over at our table, like playing with our silverware. And we're like, be nice if maybe the parents just didn't let this happen. And so we're trying to be like, no. And then finally, like 5 minutes later, oh, sorry. We're like, okay, so. Anyway, try to be judicious. That's what I'm saying.
The kid just puts your fork in his mouth,
I'm
slobbers
hungry.
on it.
Your food's good.
Here you go.
You have your own plate over there, Timmy. So, just a little awareness.
But there is a parallel there, because here's the thing. If everybody's dogs were well behaved, I don't think this would be an issue. But the problem is people bring dogs who are not trained to places, and it causes issues. And it ruins it for everybody, because most people's dogs, like, listen, they're dogs. Like, they're not canine trained, or they're
right.
just not, super disciplined. And that's the problem. When people's dogs jump on you and you have to act like, oh, so cute, they're just excited to see me. When inside you're just like cringing, you're like, wow, that actually really stung when its nail just scraped across my thigh. So that's the thing. Like, don't put people in that position where it's awkward. Same goes for kids. If you know your kid is feral, do not bring him or her to a nice restaurant. Like, it's same thing goes for the kids. All right. So after shouting at clouds about kids and dogs, maybe let's turn our attention to football, because we have some piping hot takes. Maybe not as hot as our takes on kids and dogs at restaurants. But David, you're batting leadoff here. What was your hottest take after the weekend?
I don't know if it's my hottest take, but it is a take because I am talking about an immature kid. Florida State had an impressive win on Saturday, but I think it'll only take one bad game for the head case, that is quarterback Thomas Castellanos, to become an issue and Florida State to implode.
All right, Jenks, you want to take this one? You want me to go first?
I don't, I will say I'm not a hot take person, as we know, but I don't know if implode is the right word, but I would say that I'm not going to go all in on Florida State just because of this win. Like, it was an impressive win, and Castellanos was good. He wasn't amazing. To me, it was just Florida State manhandling Alabama more than anything else. And so, look, I need to see more from the Seminoles. I need to see more from Alabama, but I don't think Florida State's going to implode, but I think they're clearly going to be better.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think what David was alluding to here is more of the mental side of the game for Thomas Castellanos. But here's the thing. I think if you have the delusional confidence to talk trash to Alabama before a game, one bad game is not going to kill your confidence. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we all know somebody like this where, something terrible can happen in their life and they lose their job. Like, whatever, I'm the best. Like, delusional confidence takes a lot to rub off. So maybe it would have to be a series of games where he plays really poorly. But remember, the kid was at Boston College last year. What did Boston College win? They weren't in the college football playoff, and the kid's still talking trash to Alabama. So I just feel like it's going to take a lot more to rub off that confidence off of Thomas Castellanos.
Agreed.
What do we think, David? Delusional confidence.
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, he got kicked off of Boston College last year for a reason, and it is because of that attitude that he carries around. Bill O'Brien, one of the calmest, coolest heads in head coaching, goes, no, you're a detriment to our team. In Boston College, yeah, he's going to implode.
All right, we'll see. We will see. All right, Den, you are next. What's the hot take of the week?
After watching Sunday's game against Miami and that brutal offensive line, Notre Dame is going to miss the college football playoff.
I don't know about this. I think some of it has to do with their schedule. Go ahead, Jenks.
No, I was just going to say their schedule is definitely manageable. But also, I think when it comes to defensive lines, that was the one thing that we talked about previewing this game, is that Miami's defensive line is one of the nastiest in the country. So how much of it is Notre Dame and their weakness on the O-line? How much of it was going up against a Miami D-line that is probably top 5 in the country? So considering Notre Dame's schedule, considering it's Notre Dame, I will disagree.
Yeah, and they lost by 3 points to Miami, like a good Miami team. So I think this is far from a death knell. And plus, going back to the defense, how are you supposed to defend that catch from C.J. Daniels? You don't. That is indefensible. That was an OBJ catch. So I'm not as low on Notre Dame. Maybe they don't win the national championship, but I believe in Marcus Freeman a lot. And it is still a very long season ahead of us. All right, Double D, what's the next take on the menu?
In a weak Big 12 conference this year, even in a loss by Colorado, they were impressive. So you should play Colorado at plus 2,500 to win the Big 12.
No, I'm not playing Colorado. I mean, they looked good early, and then Georgia Tech grinded their way back into it, won the game. And ultimately, when you look at the Big 12, okay, it's not a great conference, but it's great at the top. Do you know what I mean? There's some really good teams at the top, be it Utah, be it Arizona State. I mean, TCU looked good last night. Jalen Daniels has been awesome for Kansas. So I just don't think, going back to when we previewed Colorado, they're just not good enough at the line of scrimmage, particularly on the offensive line, I think, to be effective enough this season. And again, okay, they look pretty good. First game of the season for everyone. Georgia Tech is one of those teams I think is going to get better. I'm not quite so sure I feel the same about Colorado. So I'm going to say pass on the Buffs.
I think there is something to this. Maybe I'm not on them to win the Big 12, but I do think there were flashes where Kaidon Salter looked good, quarterback for Colorado. I was thinking to myself, I was like, wow, all right, maybe I'll pay attention a little bit. And I understand it was kind of an uneven performance. The numbers don't jump off the page, but anytime you are starting and it's the first game of the season, Like, that's what you're looking for, is little glimmers of hope and signs of promise, because Colorado is not one of those teams that's projected to make the college football playoff. But I do think by the end of the season, I think they can be a decent team. Like, maybe they're not going to win the Big 12, but David, I do think you're onto a little bit of something. All right, Denton, time to fire up another take and put it on the Barbie. What you got?
All right, so Jenks kind of mentioned the guy that I was going to point in the direction of, but Jalen Daniels through the first 2 weeks, because Kansas played in week 0, has been excellent, and you need to start sprinkling some money on him winning the Heisman at 50-1.
I don't know about that. Kansas needs to be better, I think, for me, to put a bet on this. Because, again, the Heisman race is not... It's a little bit of a popularity contest. And I don't think somebody from Kansas can win it. And that's the reason why you get the price that is involved there. But I do think it would be crazy if we had a Heisman winner named Jaden Daniels and then Jalen Daniels. That would be very confusing for people who are brushing up on college football history. Jenks, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with Denton, actually. At 50-1, look, Kansas hasn't played anybody, but also Jalen Daniels has been exceptional, that's what you're supposed to do against bad teams, Fresno State and Wagner. And we're talking about a 6-year senior, too. One thing that we're going to have to adjust our expectations about this season is we're so accustomed to these 5th, 6th, 7-year quarterbacks from the COVID era who were so good, which is why we saw so many quarterbacks drafted a couple of years ago. Jaden Daniels is part of that class, Michael Penix Jr. Guess what? Jalen Daniels, a 6-year senior. So he has a ton of experience in that system. Not like a lot of these young guys who are hyped out of high school and they don't perform immediately out of the box. They don't have that experience. He does. At 50-1, I like the value a lot. Yeah.
I'm just worried that there's not a signature, spotlight game where he's going to get all the eyeballs. Because, I'm looking at the schedule. They do play some ranked opponents. Texas Tech, Kansas State, Iowa State. I don't know. I think it's relative, though. If Arch Manning has a good season, he's not going to win it. So I think it depends on the other candidates. But 50-1, pretty good odds there. All right, Hour 3 is next. Here on the show, we'll continue talking through the biggest headlines in college football and what you should be watching for in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is a Tuesday. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour after all the hype, all the pomp, and all the circumstance. Bill Belichick makes his debut at the college level, and it was not great. We will talk about what happened last night in Chapel Hill against TCU. In 20 minutes, we will stay with college football and bring in John Talty, the national college sports reporter for CBS. And then we'll have our plays of the day along with the Dogster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. If you would like to stream us, it is easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. Well, I can't wait to hear the takes today coming out of Chapel Hill, Chelsea, because TCU all over North Carolina in the debut of Chapel Bill. TCU wins at 48-14. They easily cover the 3.5-point spread, minus 180 on the money line. Your total at BetMGM set at 54 and a hook, the over hits. So we all know the hype before this game. I mean, the signage, everyone talking about what's next for Bill Belichick. How's he going to look at the college level? Well, they start off great.
Leave it with Hood. Hood for the goal line. Straining and goes in. Standing up. Touchdown Heels.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. It's 7-0 North Carolina. C.J. Hood, 10 carries, 31 yards in that score. But then everything comes falling apart very quickly for the Heels, starting with the TCU defense.
Got to get it to the 29 on third down. Lopez to the outside, and it's intercepted. It is going to be a walk-in touchdown for the veteran Bud Clark. His 12th career pick, and TCU gets the ball right back and punches it in for 6.
Horned Frogs go into the half up 20-7, and then early in the second, they just put it away.
And this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
48-14, the final. When it was over, as Double D said in the chat, I'm not calling him Chapel Bill. It's UNC Bill. UNC Bill, Unk, with some mumbles.
Well, it was a great, great atmosphere here for the game tonight. Fans had a tremendous energy all walk, and we played competitively, but then just couldn't sustain it. So, obviously, we have a lot of work to do. We need to do a better job all the way around, coaching, playing, all 3 phases of the game. Just wasn't up to what it needs to be, and I know we're a lot better than that. So, we'll need to work on those things and show it on Saturday on a quick turnaround. But, give TCU credit. They came in and did a good job, and they were clearly the better team tonight. They deserved to win, and they did it decisively.
I feel like I'm living in an alternative universe when I hear Bill Belichick down after a loss saying, give credit to TCU. They played great tonight. Like, where am I? It's so strange. But this was a massive letdown.
Yeah, the only part that felt like traditional Bill Belichick was the press conference. Like the way that he spoke, you're like, oh, there's the Bill Belichick. We all know. But the funniest part is he's saying all this underneath a very big balloon arch. I don't know if you saw the balloon arch that they had for him. You could tell that Carolina was very prepared to make a statement in the first game of the season, like the first of the game, like the pregame stuff was unreal. People were like, ooh, UNC has the aura this year. Listen, aura will only get you so far when you give up 48 points on the defense. And I think that's the really disappointing part is that you thought to yourself, okay, Bill Belichick is only the head coach. He cannot make the plays for the players who are actually on the field. but he can scheme. He can put them in a great position. He can teach them the basics and the fundamentals. But Jenks, it felt like a team that was lacking in everything. They couldn't make a tackle. The fundamentals were terrible. They even had some gaffes on special teams. Special teams, that's Bill Belichick's baby. So it was just all around. It did not look like the Bill Belichick that people were expecting, I think. Even though I will say this, UNC was not a team that was expected to go to the college football playoff. It's just, we knew that it might be like somewhat of a wobbly start, but I don't think people expected a public embarrassment. This was a standalone game. Everybody was watching, and you gave up a 48 spot to TCU.
Yeah, I think a couple things happened here. Number one is that with all the hype surrounding Carolina, I think a lot of us tended to forget that, hey, this is a very limited football team, right? Even the win total before the season was pretty low. No one expected Carolina to challenge for the ACC, so this was not going to be a great team. Number two, had a ton of turnover, 70 new players during the offseason, and I don't care what program you coach, how good you are. When you have that much turnover, like the vast majority of your roster, a bunch of new guys who don't know each other, or maybe who are acquainted with one another, but you're trying to bring all those guys together under a new system, like you're going to have some growing pains. But the broader perspective is it's one thing to lose with all of those changes. Okay, fine. It's quite another to have people filing out of the gates in the third quarter because it's over and you get embarrassed. Like, that's what it is. It's the embarrassment. You've got a Hall of Fame head coach, a guy who's done it at the highest of highest levels. You have all this hype and you get your doors blown off. Like, that's what it is. Had they lost, you say, hey, we're trending in the right direction. This is a good TCU team. Sonny Dykes is a very good head coach. And instead, this was about as bad of a result as it could be, where you lose in this way after all of this hype.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, UNC was putting up FCS numbers.
Yeah, they were.
It did not seem like a Division I football team. Like, UNC had 50 rushing yards total, and they gave up 542 yards of offense. Like, as bad as their offense was, like, the defense, my goodness, it was big play after big play. Every time I turned around, it looked like that guy with the long hair for TCU was just running down the sidelines. So I don't know what UNC like takes away from this, but I will say this. Maybe it is a good thing for Bill Belichick and the guys on this team who have been probably put on a pedestal the entire offseason, where people say, oh, you're playing for the IT program. You're playing for Bill Belichick. How cool. And maybe they thought that they would just waltz into the stadium and be handed a win because their head coach, has this great resume where he's won 6 Super Bowls. But maybe they needed a little slice of humble pie. And as somebody who went to NC State, I love saying that. But maybe this will make them work harder, and maybe this will make it easier for Bill Belichick to nail down the fundamentals for this team and say, listen, I understand that I've won all these Super Bowls, but if you don't learn how to tackle, we're not going to win any games. So as much as we love to have our head in the clouds, we need to keep our feet on the ground and our pad level down.
They have a lot to work on. I have a lot to work on. I will say that, it's bad when they end up putting Kirk Herbstreit's dog on the headphones. They're like, hey, let's see what Peter has to say. Oh, Peter doesn't like the defensive alignment here. Oh, he's sad. He really expected big things from Bill Belichick this season. Oh, whoa, this is a blowout, isn't it, Peter? I'll tell you, when a game is a blowout, I'm always amazed, which I understand, right? Like, after a while, why would you keep talking football? You got to keep people entertained because it's not close and just wasn't close. So, they were doing everything they could on the telecast to say, hey, stick with us and, we'll see what happens after the game. We'll hear what Sonny Dykes has to say. Maybe Bill Belichick will mumble some things. I have to say, I kind of got caught up in the hype, too. I didn't necessarily expect a Carolina win. I just didn't expect an embarrassment. I keep going back to that. This was embarrassing.
Yeah, the line of this game was 3.5.
Right.
It was not supposed to be this lopsided. And maybe this is a case of like bulletin board material as well. Because think about it. Everybody's been talking about UNC all preseason long. And if you're TCU, you look at that and you say, hey, nobody's even mentioning us. We're in this game too. Does anybody say anything about our offense? So I feel like maybe they took that as a rallying cry to run up the score in this game, and they did exactly that. But I do think the other layer in this UNC story, I would say, is the fact that a legacy is on the line. And I am not going to sit here and say after one game, we need to reevaluate Bill Belichick's legacy, somebody who's won 6 Super Bowls. But I am saying this. In his last 4 seasons in the NFL, without Tom Brady as his quarterback, he had 1 winning season. So I will say, if you're watching this game and you are a Bill Belichick hater, you now have more ammo for the case against Bill Belichick. I happen to think you still don't win Super Bowls without being a good coach. Mm-hmm. But still, if this gets really bad, how long does Bill Belichick stick around? I think that's the question. If it continues to be a dumpster fire and his kids can't learn how to tackle, how long is Bill going to stick with the college game before he says, hey, this is tarnishing my reputation?
I don't think long. I think things have to turn around pretty quickly or Bill Belichick walks away because legacy matters to him. Now, look, he could go 0-10 or 0-12, whatever, for the next few years, and it doesn't take away his Super Bowls. But certainly the narrative surrounding him has started to change. I don't think without Tom Brady you're nothing. I think that narrative is so misguided because Bill Belichick has always been known as a defensive mind. I said this earlier. Tom Brady didn't play defense, okay? Those Belichick defenses were Bill Belichick defenses. But there is no question that the Bill Belichick that was exalted, a guy who was almost flawless in bringing in talent or evaluating draft talent, that fell off at the end of his tenure in New England. And now we're seeing here, look, it's one game, so I'm not going to freak out after one game, but certainly if you take this game into account and what we saw in New England, I think it's a pretty fair assessment to say maybe the game is starting to pass him by. I don't know. I'm going to give it a few more weeks because of all those new players on the Carolina roster. But I do think legacy matters enough to Bill Belichick where if this thing doesn't turn around sooner than later, he walks away.
It's wild to me that the former NFL coach that we're praising after week 1 of the season is not Bill Belichick, but Matt Patricia. Who had that on their bingo card? Remember when we all used to make fun of Matt Patricia? And maybe he's in a good spot now and he has a ton of talent. Because that's the other thing. For Bill Belichick, in college football, you still have to have the pieces. I don't think it was necessarily the case in this game. I'm not saying TCU was prime Alabama and just had, everybody running out there and they had Cam Newton or somebody at quarterback. But there is a discrepancy because here's the thing. In the NFL, there is a lot more parity. Pretty much, even if you don't have a giant payroll, you still have a chance, unless maybe you're the New Orleans Saints this year. So we'll see how Coach Belichick can work with that kind of discrepancy because Carolina is still not working with the talent that some of these top tier programs have. But that being said, they were not playing, a top tier program. TCU is not even ranked. I'm not saying they are bad. I am just saying we're still a ways away. So it's one game into the season, but still, I think the hype is a lot more and the pressure is a lot more when you have 6 Super Bowls to your name.
Yes, no question about it. And also, I will say the one moment that kind of got glossed over, which was really amazing last night, it's just that it was so late in the game, is that Max Johnson got to play for Carolina at the end, son of former NFL quarterback Brad Johnson, but he broke his femur and has gone through a year of 5 different surgeries on that leg to get back on the football field. And then he comes in and throws a touchdown pass to his brother Jake. So they asked him when it was over, and he was like, I'm just so grateful to be back on the football field. So as many things that went wrong for North Carolina last night, that was a really special moment that, no one's really talking about because of the disappointment. So I thought we should at least acknowledge that because, man, to come back from an injury like that is pretty special.
Yeah, and the other incredible moment was the signs that we saw before this game. Like the Air
Yeah.
Jordan. It was like the silhouette of Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson on the beach doing whatever that like gymnastics move was. So I am thankful for those. Like Jordan Hudson, I don't know how much she's giving to society, but at least the memes and the signs have been very good.
Man, things need to turn around, or those memes and signs are going to go in the wrong way real quick. And also, if Carolina keeps losing, then they're going to be broken up before December. I'm putting that out there as well. You know what I mean? She's going to ride this until she's not. Coming up next on the show, what else can we take away from last night's game at Chapel Hill? Find out when we bring in John Talty, the National College Sports reporter for CBS. That's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. It is great to have you with us today. They tip on the BetMGM network. Michael Jenkins, she's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Chapel Bill disappoints in his debut. We'll talk about it with John Talty, national college sports reporter for CBS. I saw this story this morning. Was it yesterday? Larry Pickett Jr., who plays football for Army at West Point, he's a hero. I mean, not just because he's a member of our military, but also he and his father pulled a man from a crashed car early Sunday morning just before that car burst into flames. And there's video of it. So he played, I think, a special teams play, had a couple snaps in Army season opener. His parents came in, so they all went to dinner in New York City on, I think, Saturday night. It's early Sunday. They're coming home. They see this car that has crashed into a tree. There's sparks underneath the car. They jump out. They pull a guy from the car, and then eventually the car bursts into flames. So the United States Military Academy writes this on Twitter, saying that Larry Pickett Jr. and the actions of him and his father are, quote, the embodiment of U.S. Army values. So what a cool story. A story, I should say, that these guys represented the uniform that they wear in the best way, and everybody's okay.
Yeah, it's one of those examples where we use the word hero way too often.
Mm-hmm.
Where, like, somebody, like, picks up coffee, you're like, man, you're such a hero. Thanks for this pumpkin spice latte.
Maybe.
And I feel like, especially in, football, we like to use the terms of, like, battle and war. And, like, I feel like when you talk about, like, Army and Navy, all the, like, military schools, like, we are reminded that it's not war. It is not battle. Right. You need to take a step back. It's like people on social media who use the word literally all the time. Like, we need to remember what that word actually means. No, you are not literally dead after watching that CJ Daniels catch. It was a great catch, but you are not literally dead.
I literally died, guys. I literally died. I was like, did you? Because you're still speaking right now. No, I know what you're saying, no. It absolutely can kind of get out of control. What was it? This was, that's probably, because this has been going on. People have been using the word literally for a long time. Do you know what I mean?
Literally?
Literally.
Forever.
I mean, literally for a decade. And there was a New York City bar. It was kind of a, it was kind of a joke, but they said, if you use the word literally in this bar, you get kicked out. Like, we're tired of hearing about it. So this is their thing. If you come in here and we hear you say literally, you're out. I don't know if that still exists. That was a few years ago. I love that idea. And they were literally
if it's
serious.
Used correctly, they were like literally serious. You like literally couldn't get espresso teeny for you and your girls literally on your bachelorette trip. But I think if you use it more than twice in the same paragraph, like, that's too much.
Yeah.
Because, like, if it is used correctly, like, you can use it. It's just, it's overused for sure. And it's mostly by the demographic that I am talking about.
You are correct.
Like, literally.
Oh my God. Yeah. So, and you know what? I have to admit, there are times I've caught myself doing that as well. I absolutely have. So sometimes I'll catch myself like, Michael, don't be that guy. Well, we are trying to get John Talty on the phone, the national college sports reporter for CBS. Let me ask you this about Bill Belichick. In fact, Chelsea, he's here. He's here. So let's go to John immediately. John Talty, national college sports reporter. Here. He's literally on the phone, guys. National college sports reporter for CBS. John, good morning to you. Good to finally have you on the phone. And I'll jump right into it. And What was your takeaway from watching North Carolina not just lose last night, but really get embarrassed after all the hype that we saw leading up to that game?
It was unbelievable in so many ways. I was on UNC's campus all day, and there was just so much excitement. There are all these people who, I think have been probably doubters in the past that were like, I'm finally a believer. I really think that we can be good now with Bill Belichick. And looking back on it, it's almost a little sad how it played out, because I think this is a program that's so used to mediocrity and not being able to kind of get out of that middle of the pack range. And they thought Bill Belichick could be the guy to get him out of that. And it blew up so badly in so many different ways. And it's kind of funny looking back at that start of the game. It's like the ultimate tease where first offensive series is unbelievable. They look incredible. And I think a lot of people on social media were going wild. Their defense looks great that first series too. And then it just all falls apart in a way that I don't think any of us necessarily anticipated. I thought that they would at least look competent, and they did not. It was embarrassing in a way that was really kind of incomprehensible in so many ways.
Yeah, week 1 of college football absolutely delivered in terms of drama. It was awesome having like the big time games, but of course with big time games come big time takes. What was the hottest take that you heard over the weekend that was absolutely unhinged?
That is a great question. So I live in the state of Alabama, and so when Alabama loses games, there's going to be some pretty good ones, some spicy ones. So I think some of the takes that I was getting from Alabama friends and fans and things like that probably up there. I think people are already ready and willing to send Kalen DeBoer to anywhere that's not Tuscaloosa. So that's probably where it starts for me. But yeah, you're right. I mean, I think we were all so excited for college football to come back that we sometimes don't know how to handle ourselves to start. And so week 1 is like the peak of overreactions in a fun and great way. And that's something that you have to remind yourself too, is like, even being, here in Chapel Hill and watching that UNC team look atrocious yesterday, there's that natural tendency to want to be like, man, this team's going to be really bad this year. And it might be, but then you still you stop and you look at the schedule and you kind of like, maybe I can talk myself into this still being an okay team. So it's hard to know kind of what it might be by the end of the year, but I think there were quite a few good ones after week 1.
John, I think you could probably speak to this. When you talk about Bill Belichick and everything he's accomplished, which we all know, why is it that he decided to take this job of all the jobs potentially, and maybe one down the line in the NFL or not, or somewhere else? Why this one?
Yeah, it's such a great question, and it's one that I've tried to get to the bottom of. It was funny. I was talking to influential UNC booster yesterday before the game, and this person's like, it doesn't make any sense that he's here. And this person was happy about it. I mean, they were like, this is great. But they're like, and they pointed out, it's like, we over the last 25 years have gone 157 and 156. They lost last night, so now they're even 157, 157. And it's like, he shouldn't be here. Like, it doesn't make sense that he would come here of all places. And so I think even UNC people are a little confused that this is the place that he wanted to be. I think there's a combination of factors when I've talked to people around college football that have come up to me multiple times. I think that there is something to the idea that he would like to maybe try to pass it down to his son, Steve Belichick. Now, if you saw how that defense played last night, I don't know how easy of a sell that's going to be. His son's the defensive coordinator. That was not the best debut for him, but I think that's part of it. I also think that there just was not the NFL interest that he expected. I think he thought he was going to get a job pretty easily over the last 2 years. And I think people believe, again, people were even saying this again to me last night, influential UNC people, that some of this was a bit of a trial balloon in some ways of, I'm going to go to college and see if that spurred on any interest elsewhere. It didn't. He got a resounding, we're good. We don't need you in the NFL right now. And some point, it's like, well, I want to prove myself that I still have it and that I still am, a good football coach. And UNC ultimately, made sense for him in that regard. But it's being here, watching him on the sidelines. It's still kind of hard to wrap your head around.
John, I wanted to ask you about your book that's available on Amazon, The Price, What It Takes to Win in College Football's Era of Chaos with Armin Katian. It feels like college football is like this fun, chaotic thing that we watch on Saturdays. But the truth is, it is $1 billion business. What did you learn about college football's business when writing this book?
Yeah, the thing that one of the refrains that I got a lot when I did that book with Armin was that, like, it's still a great game on Saturdays, but from Monday through Friday, it's pretty messed up in a lot of ways. And I think that's something that people are grappling with still. And, we could spend all day talking about it. But I think when you think about just some of the decisions that have been made over even just the last 10 to 15 years, the desire for more money driving realignment decisions and, what to prioritize on campuses and things like that, it drives so much of it. And we're seeing that play out, right now with revenue sharing and ticket prices being raised and, kind of the average fan in some ways being priced out of the Saturday game day experience. So it's like anything in your life. Money runs everything. And I think one of the things that you see over and over again in college sports is, kind of reminds me of an old Teddy Roosevelt quote, which is comparison is the thief of joy. And I just think people are so obsessed with trying to get that extra dollar. You see it a lot with these different schools, and it drove a lot of the Florida State and Clemson ACC angst that they're just kind of willing to sacrifice a lot of things to get it. And it puts things in precarious positions, and we've lost rivalries and a lot of things along the way. But again, when you turn on the TV or you go to a game on Saturday, it's still awesome. And sometimes it's hard to wrap your head around that aspect of like, man, I really don't like a lot of these other things that are happening to this game that I love, but I still love what I actually get to see on Saturdays.
We're talking with John Talty, national college sports reporter for CBS. So, John, since we're doing the week one hot takes, I went to Texas, so I've read everything from Arch Manning is a terrible quarterback and is a huge disappointment to, look, you're in the shoe, first ever start on the road against the defending national champions. Where do you fall in that spectrum?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit more on the conservative. Like, I think it's going to be okay. But, I guess we'll certainly see. I think that's certainly in, really challenging place to play. People like myself and everybody else in the media hyped up Arch Manning a lot this offseason. And so naturally that was going to build to a situation where if he didn't look like the greatest thing of all time, we were going to probably crush him afterwards. And some of that has certainly happened. Like, I was in no way impressed by what I saw. But I still think there's building blocks there. I think that what helps is that their next 3 games are all against cupcakes. And so it gives you a chance to kind of figure out what went wrong, break it down, work on trying to just get some of the fundamentals right. I expected more, certainly. It felt like he was just way too amped up. And, some of those throws just seem to have no touch on them. And so that's something that is concerning for sure and has to be worked on. But that team still has so much talent to me that I still think that they are a title contender. I think that Ohio State's probably going to end up being the best defense they play all year, or at least in the top 2 or so. So it's one of those things where as time goes on, it might not look quite as bad as it felt in the moment. But for all of the hype and all of the attention to Arch's debut, I mean, it wasn't quite as bad as the Bill Belichick one, but it certainly was a bit of a falling on your face type moment. But again, I still believe in the talent. If he looks terrible 6 games from now, I reserve the right to take that comment back. But I still believe in him at this point.
Check out his fine work as the national college sports reporter for CBS, also best-selling author for the Wall Street Journal, is John Talty. John, we appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
You bet. Interesting that he was in Chapel Hill on campus talking with, people who are Tar Heels fans. And, I mean, we know Carolina. With the exception of, a blip every now and then, this is a basketball school. So the worst thing for this fan base would be to immediately, lose all of that excitement and say, oh, this is the way it always is. It's the way it is here, Carolina. We stink at football. We're not very good. We're just a basketball school. I hope they don't lose that excitement after one game.
There was an old Dean Smith quote, former head coach at Carolina, who always used to say, well, after all, this is a women's soccer school, because Carolina used to be really good at women's soccer. So he would say this whenever Carolina would lose. But, of course, Dean Smith, legendary coach, and, of course, we know it as a basketball school.
Man. Yeah, it's got to be tough. But, again, we're going to see a lot of things change. I don't think you can hammer home that point enough. Where is Carolina going to be 5 or 6 years from now, or 5 or 6 months from now? Where's Arch Manning going to be 5 or 6 games from now? Where's Alabama going to be 5 or 6 games from now? Same thing for Clemson, for Florida State. So much is going to change that a lot of these things will be the same. A lot of them will be flipped on their heads as we go throughout the college football season. Coming up next year on the show. Well, until football returns, back to baseball for our plays of the day. Those are next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Jake. She's Chelsea. Best bets coming up. Along with bad sweats. Man, it's definitely hot take season already. I went upstairs to just to go to the bathroom very quickly, fill up my coffee, and one of the TVs is on ESPN. What's the headline I saw? How hot is Kalen DeBoer's seat? How hot? I mean, actually, though, probably pretty hot. But also, it's one game. But it's that time of year. It's the best time of year. And you know what I mean? Like, everybody's got these ridiculous takes. Not that that's a ridiculous one, but you'll see some that are just way out there. But that's part of the fun, too.
Well, it's just wild to me how Nick Saban can still make heads roll even when he's not actively coaching, because that's the thing. Kalen DeBoer just has to measure up to a legend of a man. You know, that's the thing. Even when Nick Saban was like actively coaching in the SEC, this was the problem for other SEC schools. I remember as somebody who covered Auburn, like that was always the standard. It's like, oh, we lost to Alabama this year. And I would sit there and think to myself, Alabama is amidst one of the dynasties of college football, and you're saying you need to fire your head coach a year after he won a national championship because he can't beat Alabama? Like, poor Gene Chizik. He probably deserved better, but also that season was really hard to watch. He went from like winning a national championship to like, I think they might have won 1 or 2 SEC games. It was bad.
Yeah. It's crazy how quickly that happens too in college football.
Yeah.
Or even in the pros too, but particularly in college, because the game changes so quickly, and you can just be top of the mountain and then have a great run, and then just the wheels can fall off in a heartbeat. Yeah. It's crazy, like all the time.
Yeah, especially at LSU. Like, think of their head coaches. Like, they win national championships, and then it's like, oh, well, that was 2 years ago. Bye.
Yeah. Coach O was doing great. Top of the world, and then 2 years later, like, nah, you're out of here. Gone. Nah, moving on. You know. Meanwhile, he's just counting his money somewhere. Good on Coach O. He's just living his best life.
Remember, sorry to cut you off, but remember last year when people said, oh, is the seat hot for Ryan Day after losing to Michigan?
I know.
He won the national championship.
Yes. I love people like, they're going to fire him. I'm like, they are not going to fire him. They're going to fire Ryan Day. I'm like, no, they're not. They absolutely are not. Like, what are you doing? They're not going to fire him. God, it's crazy. People, based on one game, will just lose all sense of what's happening. Like, they just don't see any context at all. You know, it's like, to prove my point, I was looking at Tariq Skubal, for example, right? Now, I know it's a different sport, but this is arguably the best pitcher in the world. First game this season opener against the Dodgers, 4 runs, 5 innings. Like, what are you doing here? I mean, this guy's awful. You know, no, season opener, ton of talent, faced one of the best teams in baseball, struggled a little bit. Now, here we are, much later in the season, still as good as ever. So I know it's baseball versus football, but it's amazing how if you just look at one game and determine your set of opinions based on that one game, you can be wildly wrong.
Yeah, I do think college football fans are like the most dramatic, though. Like, people who like their whole life is college football. Like the Paul Feinbaum show. Do you imagine like how enraged his callers must be?
Oh my God.
And listen, Paul Feinbaum was even pandering to his audience because he picked Alabama to win the national championship and all these things. But yeah, like college football fans are another level because we will have some hot takes coming out of week 1 of the NFL, but I just don't think they'll be on the level that we saw this week.
No, and things vary more widely in college football too.
Yeah.
Now with the portal and everything else. So, you know, that delta is so much wider than it is in the pros. But yeah, here it comes. It's that time of year, but we're glad it's back. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, Joe O and Sammy P will react to week 1 of college football. They will also give their best Super Bowl plays, talk about NFL futures ahead of the season. Thursday night football in the NFL coming up. Jason Locken 4 will be along at 10 o'clock, and then Ed Fang joins at 10:40. All right. No football tonight, so it's all baseball for us, and that brings us to our plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, what do you got for us?
All right, best bet of the day for me is going to be riding the hot hand of the young pitcher for the New York Mets, Nolan McLean. Nolan McLean has been an absolute sensation for the Amazons. 3-0 with a .89 ERA, even facing some good offenses. Last time around, 8 strong innings, no earned runs against the Phillies. So we're going to bank on that trend to continue today against the Tigers. We're going to go Nolan McLean under 2.5 earned runs for -145. I think that this is a gettable number for him, and plus, it feels like all around he has been limiting hard contact. He's only been giving up a few hits. Like each of his last 3 starts, he's given up 2 hits, 4 hits, 4 hits. So it's not like he is working his way out of jams. He's missing bats, he's going deep in games, and he's been pretty efficient with no walks in each of those last 2 starts. And I understand the Tigers on paper look like a great offense, and they are for the course of the season. But over the last month, they've been pretty middling. 14th in batting average, around the same place for WRC+. So I know they're juggernauts in the American League, but maybe the offense has lost a bit of its luster over the last few weeks. So let's go Nolan McLean under 2.5 earned runs for -145 for the New York Mets.
I'm going to be on this as well. I'm just going to play it a different way, and I'm just going to take the Mets on the money line at -130 because McLean has been so good. 21 strikeouts over 3 outings, 2 earned over 20 1/3. And we've got Sawyer Gipson Long going for the Tigers. Yeah. We'll serve as your opener here. I generally don't like to trust the Mets on the road, but they scored 10 runs yesterday, and until someone hits McLean, then I'm going to roll with him. So give me the Mets on the money line tonight, -130 in Motown.
Let's go Mets. Maybe we should get one of those Grimace shakes. I've seen those commercials for like Grimace's backstory. Wherever he's from, it does look pretty cool. I'm not going to lie, with the volcanoes and such. All right, next up for me, we're going to go with a little bit of a juicy bet, but here's the thing. I think there's still value on it because value is always relative. Going to go with the Dodgers in the first 5 money line at -162 over the Pirates. It's a little steep, but normally the price you pay on the Dodgers is a lot steeper than this. Clayton Kershaw, I know a lot of people think he's old and that he's washed, but he has been really good this year. I know the strikeouts aren't there, but the numbers and the craftiness is still there. He can still work his way out of the jam, and we've seen that. Over his last 7 games, 5-1 with a 2.63 ERA. Plus, the offense of the Dodgers obviously is better than the offense of the Pirates, who are also very, very bad against left-handed pitching. Clayton Kershaw is a lefty, so let's go Dodgers first 5 money line at -162.
All right. I am laying that juice with you just because of, look, it's price dependent. Yeah, it's expensive, but come on, man. I think this is too cheap, so I'm on that as well. Also taking Red Sox on the run line, -113 hosting the Guardians. Just a massive pitching mismatch here. Slade Ciccone going for the Guardians and Garrett Crochet going for the Red Sox. And Crochet, man, almost went first 5 here. That's too punitive price-wise, but Crochet right in the middle of the Cy Young race for a reason. 2 runs or less in 8 of his last 9 starts. Also, the Red Sox straight up 12-3 in their last 15. Also, Ciccone has started to slip as the season has gone on. 2 runs or more in 10 of his last 11. Boston 43-27 at Fenway this year, but I will take them on the run line, reduce the juice at -113. All right, we got to get to Sammy P. I want to hear what he has to say about what he saw over the weekend. But before that, we got to bring in the Donkster. Oh, my God, where is he? He's not even up on his chair. Is he, Donkster? Oh, look. Where is he? All right, that's all right. He's not here.
I'm under the table, and I'm very upset.
Oh, well, why is that?
I watched Bill Belichick's debut last night from start to finish, but I have to say, let me climb up here. Where was all the Jordan Hudson action? Let me adjust my microphone. Okay, close enough.
Yeah, well, Donkster, there was a football game to watch, right?
Yeah, Between UNC and TCU, I was looking for some TNA.
Oh, Doctor, it's a Tuesday. Just give us your bet, please.
I mean, just a little flash or something.
All right. Just go ahead. Give us a bet, please.
Yankees, money line, hosting the Astros.
Okay. Good job. Nice job crawling into your seat. Let's bring in Sammy P. This guy looks like he's ready to go. Handsome as always. Sammy P, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Was that Donkster's third leg that moved that mic? Or where did that...
I mean, the guy's he's so agile. You'd never guess. Incredible.
Is that a human hand?
Don't say agile in the Donkster.
That was a wild mic move. I loved it. Is Arch Manning a bust?
Nah.
I know.
Basically.
I mean, was he ready? No. Did Texas look terrible? But also that, I mean, you tell me, Sammy, because I'm obviously biased here, but I felt like, dude, first ever start, you're on the road in the shoe. They made him look bad. It happens.
They did. And here's what people would lose their minds over. If these two teams played on a neutral field tomorrow, Chelsea, Texas, I just combined Chelsea and Texas and got some word I didn't even mean to say. Texas would still be favored over Ohio State tomorrow. They would.
Yeah. That felt very personal. I was like, I don't know why this is directed at me. Let me ask you, okay, what team are you buying low on? Like, obviously, there were some teams that lost games over the weekend. Is there a team that you're looking at and you would still say, hey, I trust this team, now we get better odds?
I did not downgrade Clemson at all. I just raised LSU. I think the market was a little too low on LSU, and I think Clemson will be just fine. They got to find a way to run the ball. But LSU's defense looks really, really good. I am still buying the dip on Clemson. They're like 18-1 to win the title now. I think that's not a bad bet.
Oh, I like that a lot. And Brian Kelly this morning, just, not red, just, a nice pink today. Finally settled down a little bit after getting that dub. Sammy P, always good to see you. Have a great show. Bet Sweats is coming up next. That's it for us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. And the Donkster and he's got friends to help him move the microphone. Have a fantastic Tuesday. We'll see you.
Yeah. Official start of the football season is here. It is week number 1 in the NFL. We get to react to all of week number 1 in college football. We're already looking ahead to what's to come. Week number 2, college football, Heisman movement. You get one game, all these non-con games, some of the big games, top 10 matchups, and you got all this movement in the Heisman Awards markets. Jason LaConfora, our buddy, will drop by to talk some NFL. Ed Fang here as well. I think he'll hit on college football and the NFL as well. His team has a big game. A bit of a letdown after you look at last week's card in college football. Like, okay, we got Michigan, Oklahoma. What else? Nothing. Not a lot of great games, but maybe some betting opportunities. It's a Tuesday morning, first day of the week. Sammy, how you feeling?
Where do we even start? I don't know. I think you could go in several directions. You could go with Paul, Alabama ain't gonna cut Paul. What a disaster that was for Alabama as a 14-point favorite. 14-point favorite. They get absolutely torqued by Florida State. And Thomas Castellanos told us Nick Saban ain't there to save him. Ain't there to save him. And he was not. And I don't know what was more disappointing, Alabama's offense or Alabama's defense, because their D-line was getting worked by Florida State's offensive line. We can start with the Nuss Bus, a guy that you were very high on last year, and I believe you still like this year, leading LSU to an upset over Clemson. You could start with Miami being in total control and then not being in total control, which is sort of the norm with a Mario Cristobal coach team. The talent's there, you see the potential, and then a 10-point lead evaporates in mere moments. Or you could start with Bill Belichick. So many angles, so little time, Joe. Where do you want to start?
Dude, let's, just because it was last night and everybody was watching and laughing, let's start with North Carolina and Bill Belichick and MJ in the house and Randy Moss in the house and Jordan Hudson in a booth with Randy Moss, which is a thing. They go up 7-0. First drive of the game, it's 7-0. Tar Heels are favored. They're favored to win that game. And then it happened. I mean, it was closer to, let's call it the middle of the game, late second quarter, early third, and it was just completely flipped upside down. You go from leading, being the favorite in the game, to like, if you left, maybe got dinner or something, circle back, the stadium's empty. Nobody's there. Because that's how much of a whitewash it was as North Carolina gets embarrassed at home.
It was the second worst loss of Bill Belichick's coaching career. Almost the worst. So the worst loss the Belichick team ever had was in 2023. The Patriots went to Dallas and lost 38-3. 35-point loss. This one was right there. 48-14, a 34-point loss. I thought that was crazy how they started on the opening drive, though. I know teams practice the opening drive for weeks, maybe a month, and then it looks like they stop practicing the offense after that. The next 17 plays after that opening drive, where they went right down the field and scored a touchdown, they went 17 plays and got 20 yards. I mean, talk about Jekyll and Hyde. Talk about black and white. No middle ground there. From looking uber efficient and super tuned in to disastrous and unplugged and just all over the place. They also, you notice, TCU didn't stop. Once they got that 2-score lead, they were still throwing the ball. And this is something I think a lot of teams did to Colorado in year number 1. Because you heard nothing but hype and Colorado this and Colorado that. And when Colorado was weak and wounded and lying on the ground, teams were just backing up the truck and running them over. Now, I don't think Carolina's schedule is all that tough. TCU is a very good football team with a quarterback that some people are saying is a Heisman sleeper. It's an up-tempo offense. And if you're not ready for it, You're going to get cooked, and they did. I don't know that we're going to see them get blown out all season long, but this was alarming to see a Belichick team completely mismatched and the other team not wanting to let up at all until you got to the end. But how about Herb Street on the open mic? Did you hear the open mic last night?
Yes. Okay, did you see what his response was to that on social media?
No, because I turned the game off in the third quarter.
Okay, so I think it's fair. He tweeted out, guys, this is taken out of context. He said, he's like, if you listen, I say you're bad. And he said he was talking to his spotter because of something they said right before coming back from the break. I kind of believe him. And then I did listen back and he did say you're bad, not they're bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that was certainly fair, but if he would have said they're bad, he would have been absolutely correct. I thought it was telling. They were showing a Belichick interview. I mean, I forget if this was during the game or pregame, whatever it was. And they're talking about the process and the 70 transfers and all that, but he stopped and he's being straight up. He's like, I'm not trying to say that we're good right now. It's like, oh, he thinks they suck. Yeah, it was the middle of the game, and I think they played a clip from an interview that he did with ESPN during the week. Like, yeah, he thinks they stink right now. I will say that every time they showed him, he was talking to his assistants, his son being one of them, and it felt like he was showing them the ropes, explaining things, like preparing for life after BB when he's not there. Whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it ends up being, it's pretty damn obvious that this is short term and he's going to hand the reins off to his son.
No doubt. I think that was always the plan.
Yeah.
And looking forward, I know we want to recap a lot of what happened, but looking forward, North Carolina is still a 19-point favorite in week 2. And I think the average bear is going to look at that line and go, can't lay that. They could beat Charlotte by 40, and I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe not 40 because it is on the road in Charlotte, not a really big road game, and they're not traveling far from Chapel Hill to Charlotte. But let's not overreact to week 1. I will say, though, and another game that we talked about or didn't talk about that we watched over the weekend was Ohio State and Texas. And what a performance by that Ohio State defense, led by Matt Patricia.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of people that I talk to that think that Bill has lost his fastball. And they think it started when Belichick decided, okay, I've got Matt Patricia, this defensive wizard. I'm going to make him my offensive coordinator. That was when people started to have doubts. Did you see what happened with Ohio State's defense? A team that was replacing 8 starters on that side of the ball. They made Arch Manning look like Cooper Manning back there. What an effort. What a mean defense. And Arch Manning clearly should have never been the Heisman favorite, which we talked about. The Heisman favorite never wins. At least the last 10 years has not won. That defense looked unbelievable at home against the Longhorns.
But now I'm looking at those Arch odds. I'm like, okay, we're going to have that conversation later on this hour. Look, that's probably going to be the toughest defense he plays all year. And here's how you start your road career in college football. Don't forget, he's done nothing on the road. So here's your start. What a reload by the Buckeyes. With all those questions about the defensive coordinator, with that change there and the starters, and then they completely reload. It just shows you the level of Ohio State versus other programs where the backups or the guys they bring in, top-notch starters just about anywhere else. Oh, they couldn't stop talking about the off-target stats for Arch Manning, which is certainly fair. But if you look at the upcoming schedule, there are a lot of cupcakes. I think he's going to be just fine. I'm not saying he's going to win the Heisman, but I think Arch is going to be able to figure things out. But yeah, that's a tough one. And isn't that the theme of the weekend, man? And we could transition to Notre Dame, Miami as well, where you have the inexperienced quarterbacks that really struggled. And these inexperienced quarterbacks that had to go to these tough environments really had a tough time. I'm not sitting here trying to say that historically Miami is a tough environment. Wasn't an easy environment on Sunday night for the Irish, and certainly not easy for a redshirt freshman quarterback in Carr. That game comes down to the very end. Sam texted me right beforehand. It's like, you got anything on this game? Like, yeah, the +3. Because I ended up getting a 3. We were talking about it during the week, and you're like, well, I took it during the summer, and then it got to +3. That's when I jumped on Miami. But yeah, you made a ridiculously bet. I'm like, yeah, my bet's nowhere near where you're at. But it looked good early, and then it ended up getting a little bit sweaty there, man.
I did step up to the plate and add more, much more on the money line too. I was able to get a nice money line price, and they were able to give me a decent bet. And I thought, okay, let's go. Let's do this. And they're in total control, Joe. They have a 10-point lead, and you're thinking more, pile on. And then Mario decides, I'm going to play for the field goal, and I'm going to trust a kicker who's 4 of 11 in his career. I'm watching the game. The boys are over at the house. We've been pummeling whiskey for 2 hours. And then all of a sudden, a 10-point lead is gone. And we're tied. And I'm saying to the guys, I'm like, please do not play for the field goal. Because they had time. They could have gone down and tried to score, but they decided, we're going to go ahead. We're going to sit this out. We're going to wind the clock. And we're going to kick a field goal and then trust our defense. I'm not saying I was happy with it, because it made it way too hair-raising on the old arms.
Mm-hmm.
Miami wins, though. That's a game historically Miami has not won in this regime. That's a game you could argue Oregon would not win. And those were the biggest detractors coming into that game. Can't trust the coach. Can't trust the coach. They won. They weren't supposed to win, and they won. So what do you take out of it? I was very impressed with Miami, but I was also looking at CJ Carr and the growth he had inside his first start.
Yeah.
That's a special quarterback, man. And I said it last week. I would not want to face Notre Dame in October, November. I would hate to see them in the playoff off a 10-2, 11-1 season. They could still run the table. Their defense is very good.
Well, maybe in the future, Jeremiah Love will get more than 10 carries in a game. I know it wasn't very successful early on, but yeah, I was waiting for that to happen. But yeah, no, you're right. And the schedule softens up moving forward. That's the theme with a lot of these teams, that we're willing to step up, which I appreciate. Let's have a top 10 matchup. Let's play a top-notch team. Let's test ourselves. And I don't think it's going to hurt them in the long run with these non-conference games if they march on and win. Bro, Bama, holy cow. Like Paul puts in the rundown, is DeBoer on the hot seat already? Yeah, he was on the hot seat before this game. Now you get your ass whooped by Florida State off of what, a 2-win season? It was embarrassing. And I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking at it, and they can't stop the run. They give up 230 rushing yards. This is not the Bama team we've come to know. And SEC play is right around the corner. I mean, typically we don't want to overreact to week 1, Sam. But this was like desperate spot. Coach is on the line, even though it's only year 2. Everybody's doubting you. They were mad at you all for a year. And you put up that pitiful effort. That was bad, man.
I dropped them 2 points, which might not sound like a lot, but it is off of one game. I really try to not get too crazy. So I dropped Texas a half point. I put LSU up about 1.5 points. I didn't really touch Clemson. I dropped them like a half point. Like, I think LSU deserves more credit than Clemson deserves blame. But I dropped Alabama 2 points. When you lose like that, when you lose by 14 as a 14-point favorite, something's wrong. And I don't know how bad it is yet. And we're not going to find out next week when they play the Children of the Poor. They're a 37-point favorite in week 2. We're not going to know then, but we'll find out soon enough. And now the stories are coming out. The rumors about players ordering DoorDash at 2 a.m. and girls coming in and out of the hotel. Stay tuned.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. might be the guy that comes after the guy that came after the guy. Like, everything is pointing to right now, week number 1, that DeBoer is going to be on the way out unless there's big change. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some NFL futures, Super Bowl and conference odds on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Two days away. Dude, NFL football. Come on, 2 days away. It's here. We get a Thursday game, Friday game, full slate on Sunday. Of course, Monday Night Football, the Bears and the Vikings. Going over this card, very excited. We'll get to it next hour coming up. Jason Lockenfora, 10 a.m. Eastern. Then we're going to break down our week one bets and go over some of the line moves. The Thursday game was a move-in this morning, and I was surprised that it was such a delayed move. We'll get into that coming up as well. We'll talk some Super Bowl and conference futures. You know what's, well, there are a lot of things that are the worst, but one of the things that are the worst when you have a delivery coming to the house and they're like, yeah, we'll be there between 6:30 and 11:30 a.m. Like, yes, bro, your day starts. The first delivery is at 6:30. You can't tell me if we're first. You're not sure if it's going to be like closer to 7:30 or 10:30, 11. Just ridiculous. Clear out your entire schedule because we're not sure how efficient we're going to be.
It's better than getting the text or the email that we'll be there between 9 and 5. Oh,
yeah, it's slightly better.
When the plumber's coming out or somebody that's going to fix something around the house and you specifically tell them, well, I'm here by myself and I literally cannot answer the door between 9 and noon. Okay, we'll let them know. Great. So when they start rapping on the door at 11:15 a.m. Eastern, I ain't getting it. Ain't happening. But you give them the parameters and give them the window that you cannot do. I cannot help you. I cannot be there between 9 and noon and nobody else is here. And then 11:15, bang, 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 bang.
Oh, I know.
And then they leave a note on the door. We were here at 11:15. We'll try you next time. Oh, perfect. Thank you for listening.
Wife goes, can you come up and let them in at 8:30? No, that's in the middle of a segment. I cannot just go up there and let these strangers into my house. And then I'm going downstairs. I won't be able to come up for about, at least 10 to 15 more minutes, guys. So you can steal whatever you want. Yeah. So annoying. Not Case of the Mondays, but we'll squeeze some Case of the Monday stuff coming up this weekend. All right, let's talk Super Bowl. Let's talk conference futures. Over the weekend, there was a team that you've been talking about in a very positive light. And I've been pushing against it, just not anti them, but just pushing against it a little bit. Like, do I really, it looks too easy. Do I really want to buy into that? I understand where you're coming from. I'm not saying that I'm there, but I totally understand where you're at on San Francisco. In what I consider a pretty wide open NFC, and you just add everything up with the schedule and the health and Saleh as the DC. And I'm not buying the Rams. I'm not buying Stafford this year. You look at the rest of that division. Well, I'm not buying anybody else. And then just staring you again in the face, the team that was like expected to do big things just 1 year ago, the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm on them. I mean, I have Bills over Niners. That's not anything surprising to anybody who watches this show. I just look at their price and their market, right? I mean, that's what it is for me. I find myself buying San Francisco stock the same way that I was buying Philly stock last summer. They're very similar. They were teams that underachieved the year before, that were decimated by injuries on the defensive side of the ball, that made changes on D. Philly brings in Fangio. San Francisco brings in Saleh. But most importantly, it's the price and my belief in an all-world running back to fix things. Last year, Saquon fixed Philly. I think a healthy Christian McCaffrey can fix San Francisco. But more than anything else, it's the number. It's 9-1, 950 to win the NFC. They were 5-1 last summer. So the price has nearly doubled. and nobody wants to buy them. And I keep hearing, oh, they can't stay healthy. They were in the Super Bowl 2 seasons ago. What is this overreaction that they can't stay healthy? If anything, I would argue they're injury due. They're due to be healthier than normal because of how unhealthy they were last year.
San Francisco is tempting at plus 950, and I don't have a long shot in the AFC. That's just what it is. We'll have that conversation. It's a fairly short list of teams that are probably going to end up representing that conference in the Super Bowl. But I do have a long shot, and it's a team we've talked a whole lot about. And I get it. People in the summer, they're busy, and now they're circling back like, okay, I got to get some of these future bets in. The NFL season is starting just a couple of days away. What am I going to do? Look, in the NFC South, we like Atlanta. Tampa Bay, the change at OC, losing Cohen, I'm very concerned about it. They're an older team for the most part, but they did make some important smart adds. This is a buy on Penix's upside. Now, we don't have the largest sample. It was a few games at the end of the season last year, but what we did see is that team putting up points with Penix, putting up, into the upper 20s, low 30s, overtime against Carolina, overtime against Washington, and a win there. That's really what you're buying into. And I didn't mind their draft as much as some other people. They need pass rushers. They went out and they got a couple of pass rushers. If they hit on one of them, it's not going to be a problem. But again, it just goes back to that division for me. And they ended up taking out Tampa twice last year. So 35-1 for a conference where I'm not scared of a lot of teams that have the shortish numbers. I'm kind of selling. I think it's worth a shot.
Especially if the market is wrong on Penix, because that's clearly the price that, sort of entails a lack of belief in the quarterback. And then you look at some of these power ratings, and some guys have them 20th in the league or 22nd in the league. And I disagree. This team has been bubbling for years. You needed a quarterback, and you needed pass rushers. Pressure. You needed pressure on the D-line, and you needed a guy in the pocket that you could trust on offense. Well, if they check both of those boxes, you unleash Drake London and Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts and Darnell Mooney. The problem was the talent was there, but you didn't have the quarterback. You're relying on guys like Desmond Ridder and Marcus Mariota and the ghost of Kirk Cousins. Well, if this kid Penix can actually deal, the offense takes a step forward. And if you get pressure, if Jalen Walker and James Pierce can help those guys up front, like Leonard Floyd, who you just added, got a bunch of guys. It's actually funny. I'm looking at their depth chart. They have 3 guys on the D-line. I cannot pronounce their last names. It's Onyemata, Orhahoro, Ebakite. Maybe I did pretty good. Actually, I think
bring back Grady Jarrett, just to make things easier.
Ebakite, Onyemata, Orhahoro. I think I did okay there. I don't know.
I was just going to say, he's like, I did pretty good there. I'm like, how do you know if you did well? You have no idea.
Well, when I would call play-by-play, you would write them out or type them out phonetically. So here's the name. Onyemata. Onyemata, I believe, is how you would say that. The other one is Ebikete. I believe that's Ebakite. And then Orhoro. Oro. I think. I don't know. Anyways, the point is, if you can get to the quarterback and makes your linebackers better and makes your secondary better. The game is truly about the line of scrimmage on defense. And if you can control that, you can be just fine. So I understand the deep dive, and I understand taking a piece of that number at 35-1.
Minnesota. You like Minnesota. You think they're going to win the division. Has anything changed? Are you an NFC Minnesota guy, or what are you thinking with the Vikings?
Well, I'm Minnesota to make the playoffs. I would love for them to win the division, but I just have them to make the playoffs, a bet that I made at even money, plus 100. That's it. I never dove in to the waters, NFC North. I didn't bet them to win the conference or the Super Bowl. I just think they're vastly underrated because there are people doubting their quarterback. Their roster is great. I mean, 53 man, I think they have the best roster in the North. But the big question mark for many people, first year starter at quarterback, can he deliver? And I'm in this school of thought that he can. But I did not actually bet them to win the North, and I'm not doing anything, big picture. I'm more make the playoffs. I think they're a 7 team. They're a top 7 team in the NFC.
Well, there are a lot of people betting the Packers right now to win the North, betting the Packers to win the conference, maybe even the Super Bowl. Certainly understand the excitement around the Parsons addition, but now he's going to have to get an injection just to be able to play.
Is that
he's having back issues at 26 years old? Is this why Jerry ended up dealing him? That's a little scary. It's a little scary if you're a Packers fan. You're thrilled to have Parsons, but that might be a concern coming up in game number 1 for Green Bay, so keep an eye out on that. AFC, you're on Buffalo. You make no bones about it. They're plus 750 for the Super Bowl. They are, plus 350? They're right there with Baltimore. It's kind of co-favorites for the AFC. I ask you this about Kansas City. I mean, this is a team that's won the AFC 5 out of 6 years. It's a bet you make on a yearly basis. Before you tell me why it's Buffalo's year, why is it not KC's year?
I think there's a lot of things going on with that offense, and they took a big step back last year. I remember when we talked about the AFC West months ago, and I said, look, this might be one of Kansas City's most balanced teams. And then you see the Rashee Rice suspension. And then you see some things about Xavier Worthy off the field. And now Travis Kelce's engaged and everything that goes with that. And I feel like there are a lot of distractions there. And that might not be fair, and maybe they're talented enough to overcome a lot of these distractions. And I'm not saying getting engaged is a distraction, but getting engaged to a megastar is a distraction.
And planning a wedding and all that, yeah.
He's already in movies. He's in Happy Gilmore 2. He's got the podcast with his brother. I mean, look, he wasn't in shape last year. He wasn't. And that was chronicled by several people. I trust Andy Reid and Spags on the defensive side of the ball, and they're still going to be a tough out. I'm not saying they're going to be railroaded all year. I just think you're starting to see some holes in the cheese there on offense. Mm-hmm. And their downward passing game last year absolutely stunk. It was the worst of Mahomes' career. The downfield passing, the yards per pass, the yards per play, those were alarmingly bad numbers compared to the rest of the seasons that he's been there. And I think you can put Band-Aids on it, but Band-Aids don't help the cut when you need stitches.
Fair point. I'm having a tough time separating those top 3 teams. Of course, they should be the top 3 favorites, but I look at these numbers, plus 340 for Baltimore, plus 350 for Buffalo, plus 425 for Kansas City. And there's going to be people that look at Kansas City like, how are they the 3rd favorite? They're there every single year. But your concerns are certainly valid. So when I'm thinking about the AFC, and you know me, I'm always looking for value. I'm like, okay, who can take down these quarterbacks? You go to defense. Tough to project, but which defenses do I trust? Which defenses can take down multiple top-end quarterbacks? Because that's what's probably going to end up happening. That's what you're going to need if you're going to make a run like that. And I went to one, and I could make the case for 2. The second one being a team that nobody seems to be talking about as far as I'm concerned. Keep going back to Denver, man, and that defense. And we can make the argument that maybe they're better. How does Nix look in year number 2? There could be negative regression, or maybe he repeats what he did, possibly, in a sense, getting even better. Denver Broncos are 14-1 for the conference. And then I started thinking, well, what about another top-notch defense that's probably going to be in the playoffs? Nobody's talking about the Texans.
Houston.
Nobody's talking. Last year at this time, everybody's on them. Everybody's talking about them. And they were kind of a disappointment. It makes the playoffs, but they were a disappointing team overall. But then I started thinking about them. Like, that's what I'm looking for. If I'm hunting for value in the AFC, which teams have defenses that can beat these quarterbacks? Because you're probably going to have to beat at least two of them.
Let me quickly give you the top 7 defenses at Pro Football Focus. 7-1. Houston, Philly, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Denver, Buffalo.
It's Buffalo. Wow, I don't think a lot of people would have gotten there. Big up movement in the Heisman odds. That's next. Show O Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
It's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Manning in trouble. Got it away. Caught, but not enough for the first. That's it. A defensive gem. But in the end, champions prevail. 14-7. Ohio State defeats Texas.
A ton of action, college football action to react to. Markets are moving. Big changes in the Heisman Trophy Award odds. Welcome back, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network. Got back just in time. I was called upstairs for a quick moment. Check out the delivery. Wife has Tucker at the vet at the moment. He's got his own issues coming up. The other morning, oh yeah, there's some vomit in there. What's going on in that cage? Well, there's a corn on the cob in there. I don't know the last time we had corn on the cob, maybe a month ago. So she's dealing with that.
Is he boiling corn now? Is he that advanced where he boils his own corn?
Dude, this guy. I mean, I got to check the Ring camera in the middle of the night. He's apparently bringing in his own corn, boiling his own corn. I have no idea where he got it. Anyways, made him sick. There's a lot of issues going on. So she's over there. They were let in during the last segment, and they just called me up and they let me know that, this is the wrong headboard. So after spending all weekend clearing out my daughter's room so they can fit in all this new furniture, we have the wrong furniture. So you're going to be continuing to sleep on the floor. That'll be fun. Oh, she's going to be so mad when she gets back in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to hear about it all day.
Is that your fault that they brought the wrong headboard?
No, but I'm going to hear about it. And there's going to be a lot of swearing. So, yes.
Well, some would say that it's the husband's fault for the company delivering the wrong headboard. Somehow, it's the man's fault, not the company's fault. There are some people that do believe that.
Yeah. There are guys that have been yelled at for not doing anything. I didn't do anything, but yeah, that will be me in a little bit. I'm sure I will get a reaction to share with you as she is texting feverishly from the veterinarian at the moment as I let her know we don't have the correct furniture. Okay, so let's get to Heisman Watch. Man, there were big moves. And man, there were people taking victory laps after one whole game. Yeah, I bet it. I had sellers. I told you guys also. One game. One game. Yeah. We know the favorite doesn't win. So now what? The second favorite after one game? Just lock it up and we're good? Apparently, according to some people.
Mm-hmm. Well, he is the favorite at BetMGM. According to our rail, Lenore Sellers is 7-1 to win the Heisman. Garrett Nussmeier 8-1. Now, I put in our rundown, I like to look at the whole market, and Vegas Insider does a really nice job of putting all the separate books in columns. Depending on the shop, there's a different favorite at a couple. But you're mostly consensus price looking at Nuss and Sellers around 8-1. We can call them consensus co-favorites. But at BetMGM, you have Sellers at 7, Nuss at 8, and then where's my guy Carson Beck, 12-1, same price as Gunnar Stockton, who I don't know if he's good yet. I still don't know that.
I think he's not.
He's
Heisman
number
good.
4 on the list. Number 4 on the list, but I don't know if he's good. I take nothing from a game against Marshall. I think the real interesting part of this new list, as we do our Heisman Watch, is that every guy that was near the top disappointed. And I watched the entire Ohio State-Texas game. I gave the over in the game on this show. I picked it on Fox, on my newsletter, and I got a bunch of, whoops, nice call, nice pick. Well, I bought the Arch hype. I did. I was fed Arch hype by every bettor and bookmaker that I know. and they scored 7 points. I'll take full accountability. It was a bad pick. Over 47.5 was a bad pick. But Arch was your favorite. And then you had, guys like Jeremiah Smith near the top. Cade Klubnik was the second favorite. You had a lot of guys near the top that didn't perform. Julian Sayin was 12-1. Julian Sayin's now 25-30-1. So all these guys that were just hyped to no end all summer long. Arch, Sayin, Jeremiah Smith, Cade Klubnik. They all fell in this market. Now, I'm not saying they can't win it. Not saying that. But Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt on the call on Fox this is the best player in football. He dropped 2 passes in the first half. They hit him in the hands. So the lesson is always be careful, whether it be a player or a team, be careful with that preseason hype.
And going into this week, I'm looking at the Mateer 16-1, who, by the way, he had the third most passing yards in the country this weekend, almost, I believe, 400. If he wins that game, it's the only big game of the week. Michigan, Oklahoma. I know they're 6.5 point favorites, but he had a big week 1. He was getting preseason hype. And if they win this game at home, if he puts up numbers, he's going to join Beck, Sellers, Stockton. Agree?
Yes, of course. Especially beating Michigan and out-dueling Bryce Underwood, which shouldn't be that difficult. It's a freshman, true freshman, going on the road, making his first ever road start. You should play better than a true freshman on the road. So you outplay this 5-star recruit and beat Michigan. That's another feather in the cap. And of course, that number will go down. I don't find myself really wanting to bet John Mateer, though. There was a player that I watched a lot this weekend, and that's Utah's Devin Dampier. Utah has an offense now. Historically, Utah is a run the ball, play action, hit the tight end, and just lock you up on defense. Do you see the final score in the Utah-UCLA game? They pounded them. Yeah. 43-10. Utah gets 43 points, and Dampier's got 2 touchdowns in the air, 1 touchdown on the ground. Utah feels like they have an offense this year. So Dampier almost 300 yards of offense and 3 touchdowns. His market right now, you could find a 35-1 on Devin Dampier at Utah. On the low end, 22. On the high end, 35. That's a kid that I think is going to be in the conversation, and that's still a number I feel good about, north of 30-1.
Maybe I wasn't expecting to do this, but maybe we should have a Utah conversation. I don't know that we talked a ton about them. Just the idea that their conference is pretty wide open, but you look at it. Okay, if you pull it up their schedule right now, they have 3 ranked teams on the year. 3 currently ranked teams they're going to play. They get them all at home. All 3. Next week, Cal Poly. After that, at Wyoming. Not a lot of scheduled losses. There are 0 scheduled losses. Doesn't mean they won't lose a game, but this is a team that was not talked about this much in the offseason. Maybe it's time to talk about them.
I have the Brad Powers guide up right now where he puts every team with the schedule and then projected spreads. So he has them a dog 1 time, and this is coming into the season. So maybe the number on Utah was a little bit low, not just for Brad, but for everybody. I mean, the number Utah-UCLA was sub 7, and they win by 30. So clearly the market was off on Utah, and maybe the market was off on UCLA too, if we're being honest about it. But the only game they were dogs on this guide was October 18th. I'm sorry, that's the wrong game. November 15th at Baylor, where Brad has them like a 3-point dog. I don't think that number is right because the Utah number was a little too low. They have a bunch of coin flip games, though, and that's the question. How many of these coin flip games can they win? Texas Tech, Arizona State, BYU, Baylor, Kansas State, Kansas. Those are all games that are going to be lined around 7 or less. You know, in this guide, those games are lined 2, 1, 1, 3, 4, 1, 1. So they're going to be in some games. But if they have the best quarterback, you got a chance to make a run here.
All right. I wrote down 2 names. After looking at the updated numbers after the weekend, not trying to overreact on one of them, I wrote down 2 names and numbers. Arch goes from the betting favorite to as high as 18-1. Texas schedule next 3 weeks. San Jose State at home. UTEP at home. Sam Houston at home. Arch will not be 18-1 coming up in a few weeks. That's perfect for him. Faced a great defense. Now we've got 3 layups all in Austin, Texas. So I'm looking at that 18-1, knowing that number is not going to be there. And I'm still staring at Drew Aller. Drew Aller's 20-1. He did fine. Nothing spectacular, but it was a little sister of the poor in Nevada. Penn State wins 46-11. 22 for 26, whatever. FIU and Nova also at home next couple weeks. September 27th, they play Oregon. That's going to be a monster contest. But I'm looking at Arch 18, Aller 20-1. If I'm looking for value right now, that's where I would go. Either interest you.
We did discuss best thing for Texas would be losing week 1 and then betting Texas to win the title and Arch to win the Heisman. Now, I didn't think we'd get 18-1. I was thinking they were going to go from 5-6-1 to 10-1 or 12-1. So if I was hoping for a 12, how do I not pop a little 18? Just a little bit, not a lot.
Yeah.
Just a little at 18.
Not a ton of movement as far as the title. Ohio State's your favorite at plus 600. Texas, 4th favorite at plus 750. Pretty close numbers up there with the top 4. Sammy P, let's talk NFL Week 1. Jason La Canfora drops by next right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We're here weekdays 9 a.m. to noon, officially football season, week 1 of college football in the book. And now we're looking at week 1 NFL, week 2 college football as well. Welcome on back. We bring in our buddy Jason La Canfora to talk some NFL. Jason La Canfora on X. But I'm sure, Jason, you do have some thoughts on what happened at the college level with one Bill Belichick last night. You turn it up. Oh, first drive. Wow. Everybody's saying how bad North Carolina is going to be. They go up 7-0. They become the favorite on the live line. And then it was curtains as everybody left the building very early.
The Horned Frogs spanked the Horny Frogs? Yeah, I don't know. That was pretty I'll say this, man. If UNC doesn't have a healthy lead against Charlotte at halftime, I don't even want to think about what that locker room is like and whether this guy at this stage of his life is equipped to understand how these, I guess, 20 to 27-year-olds, because there's got to be some kids with 7 years. Like, I love the 7th-year senior quarterback stuff in college football. It's great. So I guess they're not just kids anymore because some of them are probably 25, 26 years old, but still relatively young. That was embarrassing. Utterly embarrassing across the board. Yeah, good luck. I didn't have anything in that game. My partner, some people I'm friends with were on TCU money line, so I was kind of rooting. I was rooting for their bets. I just kind of wanted to sit back and watch. Woo! I don't know, man. I don't know.
So you're not going to lay 19 week 2 against Charlotte. They're a 19-point favorite on the road.
I'll probably sit that one out as well. But I certainly won't be backing them. That's for damn sure. I don't know how they're going to fare in the ACC. Like, there did not seem to be a whole lot of talent there. And obviously this is quite the, petri dish experiment for this coaching staff. Look, Belichick knows way more about football than I do. I was never a big Freddie Kitchens guy. Like, I was a Freddie Kitchens guy for like that 7-game stretch where he was calling the plays and didn't have to do anything else in Cleveland. Not much after that. And then defensively, he's going to have to take it over from his son, like, now. I don't know.
I was surprised that it took so long for the Philadelphia Dallas number to move, but now we're at 8 everywhere. It was 7 all summer. Some spots had 6.5 before the Parsons trade. Now it's 8 everywhere. Are you just going to back the heavy favorite here? Is that what everybody should do?
I mean, I'm on this game. Like, I'm pretty leveraged on this game already, and it was one of the games I bet the most all summer long, and I jumped the early lines when they came out. I jumped Eagles team totals starting as low as 20.5 up to, 28.5 when they populated. I've got some little small, like 3-leg, same game parlays, like Eagles over 20.5, Eagles minus 6.5, Dak 200 or more passing yards. Like, it was the men against the boys last year, and then the Parsons thing happens on top of it. And, like, I don't know that that's going to be the end all and be all, but it's just a bad physical matchup for a Dallas team that has gotten long in the tooth and banged up on the O-line, and the D-line has sucked forever. They can't stop the run. Their backups can't stop the run. I mean, watching what teams did to them on the ground in the preseason, like, that's why you hear all this Kenny Clark, because, like, Jerry and Steven are like, my God, teams don't even have to throw the ball, and they're gonna run themselves to 30 points on us. Like, it's ungodly bad. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here. I've played it again up to 9.5. Now, you could get a lot better value on that Eagles laying 9.5 a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago than you can now. But I would still say, take the Eagles total down to where you're comfortable. Get that line under 7 and Dak over 200 unless he gets hurt. I mean, garbage time. They want the Pickens thing to look good. CD's going to be mad if they don't feed him, even if it's garbage time. So that 200 feels pretty conservative to me. And you could still play it that way. But yeah, the value on the Eagles is going out the window.
I haven't played it. I was sort of talking myself into a Dak air raid show, and then Parsons got traded, and I've just completely stayed away. Does that phase you at all? Dak just throwing the ball 50 times or whatever?
Well, like, I mean, they said it, I think, around 36 and a half passing attempts. I looked at that. I looked at, I am on Hertz. I got it a couple weeks ago for, I think it was minus 120, maybe minus 130 on 27 and a half passing attempts. Like, I don't even know that Hertz is playing the fourth quarter, to be honest with you. And if you look at his numbers traditionally in the division and against Dallas, he's pretty much under this all the time. His last 10 regular season wins, Hertz, right? And we think they're winning this game. He's only thrown the ball 28 times or more in 2 of those. So those are some other ways I'd look at it. Like, I just went yards with Dak because I think the Eagles are going to be in a position where Fangio calls off the dogs. And, like, if you want to throw it underneath to your slot guy and pick up 12 here and 15 there, knock yourself out, and we'll clamp down in the red zone. So I just wondered about the Eagles' ball control, maybe taking away some attempts for Dak. But the 200, I don't know. I kind of feel like that's there for the taking.
How serious is this Parsons back thing?
I mean, I can't imagine that he passes a physical of that caliber for that team to give out that type of, I mean, I'm going to call it a free agent contract because he got paid like he was on the open market. Obviously they acquired him via trade, but it was essentially a free agent because you knew you had to tear the deal up and do a new one. I can't imagine them taking him on at that number if they had any questions long term. And by long term, I mean something that's going to compromise half of his season or more, like something that they would have to manage for more than a few weeks, right? To just make sure whatever, they're out of the danger zone. If it was anything more than that, I don't know that you do the deal. And if it's that or less, especially against this opponent, like, again, I'm all over them between 6.5 and 9.5 before this trade. Like, and so on the Green Bay side, like, I'm all over them to win the division, all over them like that. I put more futures on Green Bay than anybody, and I did it before they made this trade. So, like, I don't think they need him to come shot out like a cannon to be in position to still win that division, to still compete for a Super Bowl. So if they have to be judicious with him a little bit early, that's fine. And this game against the Lions is going to be tough, and I'm not crazy on that individual game, but I was already very bullish on the Packers before the trade. So I got to think that their doctors know what's up.
We were talking earlier about our projections and our Super Bowl and conference bets and all that, and we got into talking about sleepers. And Joe brought up Atlanta in the NFC. I'm curious if we go down the board, if we get past Detroit, Philly, Green Bay, if we get past Baltimore, Buffalo, KC, is there a team down the page that you have some sort of an affinity for at this point?
I mean, like, I think the Jets are just being too undervalued, like they were too overvalued last year. Like, do I think the Jets could mess around and win 7 or 8 games? I do. Do I think that the Jets can cash for us in some under scenarios? Am I buying their defense like I am? Like, I still think Pittsburgh goes to the playoffs. A lot of people would put Cincinnati in there. I'll ride the defense and special teams over the offense over the course of a long season. So, like, I still like Pittsburgh to make the playoffs. Again, I don't think it's more than 10 wins. But in that division, if they hold serve in that division, then I think the tiebreaker scenarios are going to line up for them that they could go. Like, I think Denver's, like, if you told me Denver's in the AFC Championship game, I wouldn't flinch. So those kind of plays, Denver's season to end in a championship game type scenario, you know, I that wets my whistle a little bit. You know, in the other conference, like I'm on the Packers, I'm on the Rams, same as last year. I think I was maybe a year ahead on the Packers. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Not a a ton, not a ton else right now. I think it'll be somewhat chalky.
With Jason Lockenfora, Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. What about week number 1? You have a best bet or two that you want to throw up?
I mean, again, I like the Eagles in a lot of different ways in this game Thursday. I would get on that Kansas City money line while you still can. I jumped the over there. Now I got it. I was playing that down around 42.5. That's going to be pretty expensive to do now. But remember that field in Brazil, man. Godspeed to those defenses. And I know Chargers Chiefs has become a heavy under meeting, but I just think the field conditions, the scenarios around that game, and it being an Andy Reid offense week 1, like we know what he does off a bye. We know what he does when he has this much time to prepare. Like I think Arizona, and I'm not a big Arizona guy, and I don't love betting Arizona, but if I am going to bet Arizona, it's probably Kyler Murray in the first half of a season before he runs out of gas on the road against a terrible defense. Like, I like Arizona, like some simple money line parlays, Cincinnati, Arizona, Eagles, Chiefs. I played some stuff like that. I like Tampa against Atlanta. Like, I don't know that Atlanta's defense is it any better? Like, I don't know. Will it ever be any good? Will they ever have a pass rush? I'm a little bit suspect there. The Wirfs injury gives me a little pause. I mean, they've been without Godwin forever. I think Baker Mayfield gets his against Atlanta. I think Penix's first home week 1 opening day start and all that. There'll be some jitters. I think Todd Bowles will have a little something for him. Those are some games that stand out. I like the over in that Seattle San Francisco game. As of a couple days ago, I got it 41.5 minus 150. I don't like going above that, but I think there'll be points in that game. I like Baltimore on the money line, but I'm not in a hurry because I think that's going to continue to go in my favor. So I don't think I'm getting back in that one because I think I'm going to be able to get a better price maybe even a couple days from now, maybe even, by the weekend. I think things are starting to swing in the Bills' favor, which is fine with me.
Any guesses as to what we get from Matthew Stafford week 1?
For my purposes, I just hope they navigate Matthew Stafford through the season and that he's there in the second half when he tends to get better. I'm not on that game at all. I am holding Rams tickets to win the division, Rams tickets to play in the conference championship game. I got to see it to believe it. I mean, that's tricky, and it's been going on with him for a long time. I know that there were people there very early in the preseason I talked to who were incredibly comfortable with that situation. I think it's taken a turn or two since then. I'll say this. If he plays more games than he misses this year, I'll feel really good about these Devontae Adams tickets I'm holding where, like, I don't think 1,500 receiving yards is out of the question for him. Like, I really don't. Like, they are feeling really good about that. And look, they might coach the backup up to where he's more than serviceable when he has to play. I hope he doesn't have to play that much. But I get the sense that they're very bullish on the proposition that there's enough balls to go around for both their top 2 receivers to get 1,500 receiving yards.
One thing that I've been hearing from some respected bettors this offseason are like, I know the history with Lamar. I know the history with the Ravens in the playoffs with this group. But I think now's the time. Is now the time for Baltimore and Lamar?
If it's not now, when? I mean, it should be. I think between them and Buffalo, somebody breaks through, and I think it's Baltimore. And like, I'm on a Baltimore Green Bay Super Bowl. I'm on, Baltimore to go over the win total. First 6 weeks are a gauntlet, and if they go 3-3, I think they have that week 7 bye, and then they have 5 straight teams that they should be able to make some hay there, and then that sets them up for the stretch run. Like, I like them against Buffalo here. Maybe they're catching Kansas City at Arrowhead at the right time. If they sweep those 2, I mean, they win those 2 on the road before a week 7 bye, they're going to have put themselves in a chance to have pole position, and obviously getting that playoff bye and getting home field, especially for them in the playoffs, I think would be a pretty big deal. It's a really good roster. I still think they're a pass rusher short, but they've got till the trade deadline to address that. The rookie class looked really good, and I'm talking about the kicker, not just Mike Green, not just Malachi Starks on defense. Special teams was abject failure last year. I don't think John Harbaugh lets that happen 2 years in a row. For me, Lamar Jackson is the best football player on the planet right now. It would not surprise me if this is the year. Second year for Zach Orr as the D coordinator with Chuck Pagano there with him the whole time. Not like last year when they pulled Dean Pease out of retirement in October to try to save their season. I feel like offensive line injuries, they've been really lucky with injury regression, but I like them.
Jason Lockenfora, some good stuff there, especially there on the Ravens. Thanks for dropping by. Talk to you during BetMGM Game Day Sunday morning. Joe O, Sammy P, NFL Week 1. Our takes next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe and Sam with you. Ed Feng coming up in about 20 minutes. Curious what his numbers are saying, college football and NFL related. Always a ton of content coming out of the Power Rank. We'll talk to Ed about it in 20. We'll go over college football week number 2 coming up at the top of the hour. But now, Sam, week number 1. I got to tell you, we've talked about week number 1 a handful of times. But when it's 2 days away, and you're looking at the card and we're seeing numbers move the week of the games, like I got extra excited as I started writing down all these team names. And then I went plus 2.5, plus 6.5, plus 3. Like almost everything I was writing down this morning, a bunch of dogs that I like.
Mm-hmm. I have 2 written down. And I should tell another funny story a little bit later in the show about how I started my newsletter and I only wanted to give 3 picks and I put 6 on a list, right? And I said, well, I can't give 6. So I drew a line in the middle and put the 3 I was going to pick on top and the 3 I didn't pick on the bottom.
Okay.
So of course the 3 that I didn't pick went 3-0. And the 3 that I did give went 1-2 because that's how life works, right? But I've only written down, I know, including baby
4 and
Tua
2 is like, let's go.
Well, I didn't want to, because I didn't want to go 0-6. Like you don't want to come out of the chute and give 6 bets because then you look like you're firing and you're not controlled. So I did not give out Arizona, Illinois, and Rice, but I did give Miami the over in Columbus and then Oregon State.
Illinois,
Cal
so
had
close, so close.
Well, that number closed 49. So, I mean, I was
Right.
going to give 45.5, which would have been, that would have been, like you said, 4 and 2. So my NFL list only has 2 teams on it. Maybe I should put 5 on it so I can cross off the wrong 3 again. I have the Raiders plus 3 and the Vikings plus 1.5 or minus 1.5. Excuse
Minus.
me.
Yep.
Yeah. Minus 1.5.
Did you join any contests, or are you joining any contests? Or you're going to have to get to 5, because that's always a challenge.
No, I'm not in any pick 5s this year, just Survivor. And then by mistake, I joined the Kelly and Murray Many Losers pool. Have you heard about this?
No.
It's reverse Survivor.
Reverse. Yeah, I've seen that.
Every week.
Cousin Sal
I didn't
runs
even
one
mean
as well.
I didn't even mean to join it. I was trying to join Survivor, the college one, and I was on the phone. And I went to the college Survivor and I clicked join. And then it said, we need to confirm your location. So I'm like, fine. So I plugged in the thing and confirmed location. And then I took a phone call. And as I'm on the phone, I'm joining. She's got 6 contests now at Splash. So I accidentally joined the Many Losers one by mistake. So I'm in that. Whatever. So I have to pick a loser every week until I'm knocked out. So that's another.
Is that college or NFL?
NFL.
Yeah, I saw one of those. I was thinking about entering it. I have not done it officially. I've got to, do all that probably today. And she's got a lot going on. But did you see in her college football Survivor, like everybody won? You had to make 2 picks.
25 people, I think, got knocked out. And a lot of
Mostly
them on Alabama.
Yeah, just the Bama people. Not many people knocked out early. But next week will be tougher. I think, at least I think. No, it won't be. Because you're still in the non-conference part. You're got all these easy games, the ones that will get posted. All right, NFL. You mentioned 2. And you said Minnesota and what was the first one you said?
You know I'm taking the Raiders.
Oh, Raiders, yeah. So you're waiting for the 3? Because I saw it was juice 2.5 everywhere. It's getting to 3.
I think it will. It was 3, and then it kind of came down a bit, which makes me even more excited. I mean, the Raiders are going to win, so I'm not really too concerned.
Why are the Raiders going to win?
Just because they are. Because I've already decided.
Okay. All right. I
Pete
don't
Carroll
mind it.
revenge game.
I would love to see it between Belichick and then you got Pete Carroll with the revenge game. Yes, he's finally got a quarterback, or they finally have a quarterback in Vegas. That would be interesting. All right, a game that popped to me that I have not been talking about much, and I'm like, oh, I didn't think I was going to be on this game, but now I'm staring at the number. I'm like, okay, I don't agree with this move, and it's, oh, well, Daniel Jones is now our quarterback. Let's make the Indianapolis Colts the favorite over Miami. I'm not buying that. Give me the Dolphins plus 1.5. And I don't like the Dolphins this year. I think they're going to have a new head coach after the year, but this is about week number 1. And I don't buy the Colts at all. Last year when they played, the Colts won 16-10. That was at Indy. That was a Huntley Boyle game. That was without Tua. And so Tyreek did nothing in the game, had 1 catch for 8 yards. But I don't get this massive upgrade, Anthony Richardson to Daniel Jones. Like, yeah, I know Richardson, he ain't it. He isn't what people thought he was going to be, but calling him this big upgrade, I don't get it, to make the Colts the favorite. I'm going to be on the Dolphins as a short dog.
I understand that one. I find myself on a similar side where I just don't think the market is right. And I feel like I'm a little bit, I mean, to like Miami is sort of, I don't want to say the square side, but the public side, right? That's probably the public side. And that's okay. It's fine.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, Indy's not Indy can't be the public side. No way.
Yeah. I don't know that a lot of people are going to bet this game.
I find myself on a public side, and that is San Francisco. But I don't really love the 2.5. I mean, if you have the ability to do so, you can lay a smaller number. I hate laying 2.5, but I do think San Francisco is the right side. This was a game that was 1.5 in the summer, and now we're 2.5. The respect for Seattle, I just don't get it. I do not think Sam Darnold is going to thrive this season without all those weapons. Maybe they run the ball at will with Kenneth Walker, but I don't think that's going to happen either. The house will definitely need Seattle, but I don't find myself betting Seattle in this spot as a small home dog. I would need at least 3 to even consider Seattle. And even at 3, I wouldn't take them. So yeah, I find myself on San Francisco here. Again, don't love laying 2.5 when I could have laid 1.5. But you could lay 2 at multiple places across the world.
Yep, have that one down as well. That will be popular, and I don't care. San Francisco minus 2.5. I'm good there. I don't understand the Seattle love as well. Let's see what else jumps out. Okay, how about a couple bigger dogs? Tell me if you have interest in either of them. I'm staring at the Giants. 6.
Yep.
6.5 at Washington. Commandos swept them last year, both close games by a field goal and by 5. That was week 2 and week 9. I really like this Giants pass rush, and now you have some stability, at least for right now, with Russell Wilson under center. So I'm looking at the Giants getting 6.5. And the one that's tougher to pull the trigger on, but I just don't buy Arizona being a 6.5-point road favorite. I know New Orleans is bad. I get it. And I don't love the Rattler decision or whatever they're doing with Rattler this year. But you still got the old guard with New Orleans. They should be able to put up some points. 6.5 is a lot. That's a lot for Arizona on the road.
I agree with you. I'm not betting Arizona. Let me be very clear. Not laying that. I don't have any interest in that game. I'm hoping what happens is that New Orleans pulls the upset and half of Survivor gets knocked out. That's what I'm hoping.
Oh, please.
I wouldn't touch that game. I wouldn't touch that game with your money.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm hopeful, though, that Rattler can find it. If New Orleans beats Arizona, that's going to be fantastic for those that don't touch that game.
You're not going to be touching Arizona in any Survivor, even though they're almost a touchdown favorite. But you'll be rooting for New Orleans a whole lot.
Yes.
How about a game that I don't think we've talked a whole lot about? Another one that I was like just staring at it this morning. And I mentioned them as a dark horse in the AFC. Texans getting 3 against the Rams. They say Stafford's good. I don't know that I entirely believe everything that they're saying, but that Stafford offense is going to be going against a top-notch defense. How does Stroud and company bounce back? Remember all the injuries last year at receiver? It was constant, and it just kind of felt like the season was over. They were okay, but not to the level that they were expected to be. I'm looking at either Houston +3 or the under 44 in this one.
What about the Houston money line at +130? Have you
Let's
thought
go.
about that one yet? I know. You would think they could put pressure on Stafford, and Stafford hasn't seen live contact since January. So it's been a very easy camp for them. They haven't really had to do much in terms of throwing things at Stafford. Nobody's hit him. Nobody's trying to drive him into the ground. I would think this would be a time where you could catch the Rams because the rhythm isn't there and Stafford hasn't braced for any contact in a long, long time.
Joe Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats talking about the Week 1 card. Feels good. Here's another one that I will not be betting. It's a marquee matchup, but there are just so many unknowns, Sam. It was hard for me to arrive at an opinion. Now, maybe the number moves and then I get there, but I just can't. All the change going on with Detroit and Green Bay. Green Bay, a 2.5-point favorite. We don't know what Detroit is going to look like without Ben Johnson. Of course, you also have the other coordinator. You have no Rag now. And then on the Green Bay side, they're getting a lot of steam, a lot of love for good reasons because of the addition of Parsons. How much is he going to play? I don't know. Condition of his back, not quite sure. I'm probably not going to be playing this game, but we're all going to be paying close attention to what happens in this NFC North tilt.
I like Detroit as a dog. I'm not going to lie.
I get it.
I do. And, you know, some books still allow you, if you have the right book, you can do teasers at -110 or -120. Detroit to 8.5, I think is a tremendous teaser leg. But I think these two teams are very, very equal in a lot of ways. I don't give Green Bay that much home field. I just don't. So I think this game should be closer to like Green Bay 1. And I'm willing to go against the move because, you know, now the Packers are going to the Super Bowl. I don't know if you've heard that. They get Micah Parsons, who has a bad back already. And that's the key to unlock the door to go to the Super Bowl. I don't know if you heard that at all last week.
I have heard that a little bit. I've not bet them. I understand the love, but not there at the current number. You know I'm betting Atlanta +2.5 against Tampa. Like I guess I don't really have to say it, but yeah, I'm in on that. I'm in on Atlanta. We're asking a lot to now make it 3 wins in their last 3 games against Tampa Bay, but I'll be betting the Falcons.
I was texting with a guy in Vegas who I really respect. We've talked about him on the show. Mikey's an outstanding NFL picker, and he's consistently around 56, 57%, and he just picks the unexpected stuff every week. Like, you get 5 games from him, and it's Giants, Lions, Falcons. He's one of those guys. Like, I'm just going to take the sides that nobody wants to bet, and I'm going to go 3-2 every week. And that's how he rolls. When he sends me the list, I'll probably get it around Wednesday or Thursday. I will find 2 sides that I would never even think about taking. And then I'll think about it and go, he's right.
Yeah.
Of course. Of course we should take this side or that side. He's just so good at the NFL. He's so good at finding the spots that we used to call him back in the day the plug and plays. The sides that nobody wants, like Carolina +3.5. He'll be on a side like that. And I would never bet it, ever. But then you see him on it and you go, oh, of course. But of course.
Yep. I get it. What was that number? I want to say it's 5.5, But what was that dreaded point spread NFL number that you always, when you see it, you're like, ooh, no, something's going on there. I don't like that at all. Was it 5.5 or
the number
okay.
of death? 5.5. Any 5.5 this week?
Yeah. That's why.
Washington,
Cincinnati, Cleveland too. Give me the Browns winning week 1 and blowing up everybody's survivor as well. That would be hilarious.
Again.
Zach Taylor with another slow start to the season. Our buddy Ed Fang drops by next show. Oh, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Now we could say college football in full swing. NFL here in just 2 days. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, thanks for hanging out on the BetMGM Network. You've got Bet Sweats, and we now bring in our buddy Ed Fang from thepowerrank.com. You follow him on X at the Power Rank. Big Michigan fan, which we will certainly get to as well. How you doing, Ed?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, Joe and Sammy.
Ratings are everything for a lot of people, and you do such a good job with the Power Rank and moving numbers as you should or maybe would. I'm curious how somebody handles a performance like Alabama, right? I want to start there because that was probably the most alarming result of the weekend. Not because they lost, but because they lost by 14 when they were laying 14.
Right.
we don't see that usually week one.
Yep.
How does one drop Alabama? Like, what do you even do with that number after just one game?
Right. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. First, I think it was an impossible game to make a spread on. You have no idea what this Florida State team was going to be after their just disaster of a season last year, after essentially being a playoff team the year before, right? So, like, I think I had it at Alabama -10 in that game, but it was something that I wouldn't have ever bet, just because who knows what's going on with the Florida State team. Now, granted, like, it was a disaster for Alabama on the field. I actually downgraded them 3 points after that. I think that's kind of legitimate with what we saw and just kind of the ease in which Florida State moved on what we thought was going to be a pretty good defense, which has always been a good defense at Alabama and even last year. So I think that's kind of appropriate. What I do, I use a combination of play-by-play, but also market data to make that adjustment. So I'm very keen on what the market closed on. And that actually impacts what I actually have for Texas after that game.
Okay, yeah, let's talk about that a little bit, because I was thinking about the marquee matchups, the top 10 matchups. Somebody's got to lose, and all three of them, they were one-score games. Notre Dame ends up making it a game in the end against Miami on the road with a freshman quarterback. You've got LSU over Clemson. Clemson at home, that was disappointing for them, especially when you have a guy that's in the Heisman conversation. And Texas, an inexperienced quarterback on the road with all the hype, and Arch has his struggles. How do you adjust these teams that were in one-score games, but hey, they put a lot on the line here facing a top 10 team week one?
For sure. And let's talk about Arch. Look, he looked terrible. The passes were off target. The numbers don't really justify it. I think his passing success rate was not particularly good. But I do think the game was kind of deceiving. Texas was able to move the ball. They were able to have more yards than Ohio State. If you think about that game, you think about Ohio State's second touchdown, the long one to Carnell Tate. That's an underthrown ball. You know, he just goes up and makes a catch. Like, a lot, like, that could have definitely gone the other way and was a play that really broke it open. So when I look at the play-by-play, when I look at success rate, and I look at the markets, I actually upgraded Texas in this game by 1.8 points. That kind of reflects the underlying stats that I'm seeing. I think you can definitely kind of argue against that. You know, Texas got a lot of those yards when they were desperate late, but, you know, they count. So I don't think we really know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not writing off Arch Manning. I'm certainly not writing off the Texas team, and I'm not writing off Arch Manning as well. I think he could do better, but I think that's an interesting adjustment because I actually had them up given the underlying data in that game.
And then you watch Sark in the red zone, and you think, okay, like, the team has the talent. We know the production is there, and yet they get inside the 5-yard line, and they're almost allergic to crossing the goal line. And this is not the first time this has happened. So I always wonder how you balance feel and math when you get to a position like, okay, your numbers might be high on Texas, but are you still going to bet Texas knowing what you know from Sark? It's a very challenging exercise, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think it is. I would actually say the subjective adjustment for Sark for me is pretty neutral, even given what we saw last Saturday. I also remember him going into Michigan, and the Texas offense had Michigan's defense misdirected on basically what I thought was every single play last year. I thought he called a really good game there. They had no problems getting it into the end zone. And that turned out to be a really good Michigan defense. I've actually been pretty impressed with Sark, with the way he's kind of built up this program. I mean, yeah, we can pick on the play calling and what did or did not happen. But actually, they've been top 15 on both sides of the ball in my adjusted success rate over the last 3 seasons. Like that's pretty impressive. I think this Texas team is still going to be there. That doesn't mean they make a playoff out of what I think is still going to be a very competitive SEC. But I think he deserves a lot of credit as well.
With Ed Fang, thepowerrank.com, the Power Rank over on X. Make sure you check out the preview. It's the pinned tweet there at the very top. All right, let's talk about your Michigan squad. Yeah, you get a win week number 1. Maybe not as convincing as you were hoping, but week number 2, big matchup. They're 5.5. Some places have them as a 6-point dog going up against Oklahoma. What are you thinking going into this one?
I don't think it's going to be good for Michigan. I've been down on this team since the preseason. And part of it was like, Michigan, everyone around here is high. You bring in a freshman quarterback who's the top recruit in the nation, and everyone says the offense can't get worse than last season. I'm still not convinced of that. Bryce Underwood came out and looked great in his first game. Marlon Klein, the tight end, looked pretty good, got 9 targets, which I think is very encouraging. But let's keep in mind that New Mexico projects as a bottom 5 FBS defense this year. So it was a game where, like if you look bad against New Mexico, that would have been a huge red flag. But nothing kind of good happens from looking okay against New Mexico, in my mind. And now you're going to Oklahoma, who projects to have a top 5 FBS defense. It's going to be very different. And then, like this Michigan defense, in my mind, like had to regress from last season. Like the defense was pretty good, was great against an Ohio State team, but loses NFL talent along that defensive line, and wasn't particularly good against a New Mexico team with a lot of FCS transfers coming in on that team. It gets a lot more difficult against basically importing Washington State's offense that was decent last year with the quarterback Mateer and the offensive coordinator Arbuckle. It's going to be a rough week for Michigan. I don't see them winning this game.
I think if you pay attention really closely to that quote, you know what to do from Ed Fang. So you did this preview series, which again, Joe talked about. It's pinned on your X feed. You found some really nice stuff about NFL win totals and maybe a strategy to attack them. Take us through it.
For sure. Sammy, I'm not into trends, and usually you certainly would never bet based on a trend, but I think they can guide your analysis. And, you can ask the question like, well, what happens if I bet every single college football win total under or every single NFL win total under? And I just have this data sitting on my computer, and it's kind of criminal that I haven't analyzed it up until this year. But for the last 8 NFL seasons, the under is up about 10 units over that time. So there does seem to be a shift towards the over. It's not necessarily simply in the number, because when you do add up the number of wins, you exceed the expected number of wins only by a couple. So it's more in the prices as well. But it does suggest to bet the under. What I also thought was pretty interesting is that you see the value in both large win totals and small win totals. So it's not surprising that if you look at win totals 10.5 and above, you're going to bet the under. You're going to be up a couple units, right? We expect regression to the mean in the NFL. Everyone should be getting pulled back to that 8.5 number. And so that the fact that it's profitable for these large win totals is not surprising in my mind. The fact that betting the under on low win totals, like 6.5 and below, is profitable, and actually more profitable than the high win totals, was surprising to me. I would expect that you might want to bet the over on these low win totals. Again, the regression to the mean, everything's going towards 8.5. That turns out not to be true. And that really keeps me off betting like Cleveland over 4.5 wins. That was one of the first looks I had in the NFL this year. I really like the defense, Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward. I think They drafted a lot of potentially really good pieces on that defense as well. But, when you look at that schedule, like Joe Flacco is going to start the season. First 5 games are really rough, despite what Joe said on the previous episode. It's not out of the question. They're 1-4, 0-5, and then you start a rookie quarterback. And then how are you getting over 4.5 wins? So I do think it's interesting that, even these low win totals, these 4.5, 6.5 wins that are under, it's still profitable to go under.
At any specific teams that stand out where your numbers disagree with the betting market?
Right. So I do have a couple strong NFL win total takes. Most everything I do at the Power Rank is very numbers based. These bets are not as much, so I just want to be clear about that. But yeah, let's go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, this is my favorite under, and it's 8.5, and we're just being propped up by the fact that, we can't bet under because Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season in Pittsburgh. And that is a true fact, but that certainly doesn't mean that he won't have a losing season this year. And I do think it's really interesting to kind of look at aspects of luck. You can look at record and 1-score games. And here, the kind of general argument is like, oh, you're supposed to regress to 500 season over season. And I will certainly make that argument. In the NFL, I've found that quarterbacks probably have a little bit of control over your record in 1-score games. Like, it's not an accident that Tom Brady won 2/3 of his 1-score games. And you certainly, if Tom Brady came back in his prime, you would not predict that he would go 500 in his 1-score games moving forward. Ben Roethlisberger won 63% of his 1-score games with Pittsburgh. And most of that was with Tomlin. Since he retired, Pittsburgh's actually won more of their 1-score games. They've won 2 out of every 3 since then, with Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson. And that, I think, is unsustainable. You're bringing in old Aaron Rodgers. You think you're going to continue to win 2/3 or more of your 1-score games. It's simply not going to happen. I'm not high on Aaron Rodgers after what we saw last year and simply his age. I don't forget about what we saw last year. He's old. And I never thought he would play in the NFL again. I think they made some really nice additions to their secondary, but they're all old. So I really like Pittsburgh under 8.5.
Check it out, thepowerrank.com, the Power Rank over on X to find the preview. Ed Feng, thank you so much. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Davis to the left.
He is big.
And it's Allen easily going in, hopping home for the touchdown.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
All right, we'll get into college football week number 2. Sorry, I'm laughing. It's not pretty up there. It's not pretty. Like, she's arguing with the movers. Like, they didn't want to take the bet stuff that they got wrong back. It's like, oh, it's just easier if we leave it here. Like, well, I don't want it here. You can't.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure it is easier for you if you don't have to bring this back down the stairs, but take it away because we can't use it. We don't want it. Tucker's 5 pounds overweight. Like, I just ran up for 2 minutes and I got the whole thing, this is wrong. This is wrong. And he just threw up. And there was another piece of corn on the cob in his stomach. So I don't know what's happening.
This dog is like, he's the dog version of Jaws. License plate, foot, just eating everything in sight.
I don't even know where he's getting it. Anyways, Joe, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, we're hanging out with you another hour. We'll get to NFL MVP market coming up in 20 minutes. Lightning bets. We always close the show with the lightning bets. It's the highest rated segment every single day. And we'll get to college football week number 2 bets. But relating to college football is something we do need to discuss. I can't even believe it's taken 2 hours, Sammy, before we even mention it. Now, the room. We got to talk about what happened with the room. And after last week and just the taste of week 0, early part of week 1, whatever they want to call it, it was horrendous. And so now we get the results of week number 1. And a lot of people reaching out, hey, is this something that you want to go against? We didn't say blind bet it, but especially early in the season, we've noticed in a number of sports, the public doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They think they do. They have strong opinions, but they really have no idea. So if we go over the room, here are your 5 most bet teams over at BetMGM. Number 1 most bet, Texas +1. Winner or loser?
Loser.
Number 2, Alabama -14. I mean, -14. Sorry.
+14 would have pushed.
I had it in my brain because you mentioned how they're a 2 touchdown favorite and lose as a 2 touchdown by 2 touchdowns. So yeah, Alabama a loser. Notre Dame 3rd most popular, -2.5 L. Clemson -4. They lose straight up as well. And Syracuse getting 2 touchdowns. That was a loser. 0-5. 0-5.
And remember, the room came in hot late last week on Boise. Boise was number 1 last week and lost 34-7 to USF. So the room has been on fire if you've been fading. And I believe we had a listener, was it Scotty from Providence, who had asked us, is fading the room long-term profitable? Yes, it is. But not just one weekend. It's got to be the whole season. It's a larger sample size that is profitable. Even the worst bettors can get hot. Even the worst ones. But over time, the room will lose.
I feel like we missed an opportunity because there was something else wild that happened in week 1 with a group of numbers, a group of predictions, let's call it. So the room's predictions were awful. 0-5. We just went over that. Did you see what Lee Corso did?
Perfect.
6-0. Ohio State, Tennessee, Florida State, LSU, South Carolina, Miami. Now, South Carolina was a heavy favorite. We're talking -260, somewhere in that range. Same with Tennessee at -550, favored by 2 touchdowns. But, he's picking straight up. He's not picking against the spread on that show. His picks went perfect because, of course, they did in his final game day.
And there was another thing floating around that every team he had connections with ended up winning.
Mm-hmm.
Every team that he either played for or coached with ended up winning. So just magic dust all over everything that Corso did. Paul is adding that the room we did last week went 1-4. So
that's right.
We've done 10 room bets so far, and the room, according to Paul, is 1-9, minus 8.9 units, assuming minus 110.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That is phenomenal.
Already broke. The room's already broke.
So how do you feel about week 2? Going to do it? I feel like you have to do it. It's week 2. And you were going to get the overreaction.
You're not going to get 4-1, 5-0. You're going to have some L's on there, is my guess. So I look forward to the room. Staple segment on the BetMGM network. Not the flagship segment, perhaps, of our show, but a very, very good segment. I mean, it's brilliant. It's the first time we brought up "Where's the room?" You were like, "I love this. We should do it." Just start fading. Since we're emptying the clip here on college, I wanted to get to a couple other things. Brett McMurphy had a really interesting nugget on Alabama. Since 2007, in games when Alabama was favored by at least 14 points, Nick Saban straight up was 131-2. Kalen DeBoer is 4-4. They've lost 4 games in 13 weeks as a 14-point favorite. Again, Nick Saban 131-2. Kalen DeBoer 4-4. Those are games where Bama was favored by 14 points. And the cherry on top of that, Matt Hayes, who covers college. Kalen DeBoer's buyout at Alabama. Would you like to guess how big the buyout is? Even if you guessed as high as you could, you might not be high enough.
Oh, I wouldn't. The first figure that came to mind was in the 50 range.
$70 million.
Good Lord. Holy cow.
And it's
Jimbo
you know
Fisher
why else,
number.
You know why else it's fun? Because if you think about it, really, Nick Saban took the job in 2007. They went 7-6 that year. That's sort of around the time when Facebook and Twitter started to really become a part of our everyday lives. We have not had an Alabama team that has stunk in the social media era. And their fans do not know how to handle it. They are losing their minds. And it's so good because they have controlled the sport since the end of the 2000s, through the 2010s, into the early 2020s. Their fans have not had to experience a losing season since 2006. And I'm not saying it's going to happen because they're still good enough to be over 500. But to see the fall and see their fans not know how to handle it is so much fun.
I love maybe it's their time. Maybe we could be going too far by saying it is their time, but maybe it's just their time. This happens with all of the top programs. Let's go. You go down the list, the top college football programs. There's probably one we could omit, but like you think about USC, Notre Dame, Penn State. Like they all go through this at some point, right? Like even in the SEC, the top SEC teams. Like, how about Florida? What have they done since Herb? This happens. And you're right. Many of them have never, ever experienced it. And now they're going to try and find the next guy because in their minds, they've already fired DeBoer, which, if this continues, I think he is going to be out. If he has another 3-loss season like last year, based on their standard, he gets fired, right? Another 3-loss?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
8-4, he's cooked. I mean, they'll find the money too. They'll find the $70 million and just buy him out.
Okay, so let's look at how they did last year after the losses under DeBoer. They lose at Vandy. They come back home against South Carolina. They survive South Carolina by 2. So unimpressive. Then they lose at Tennessee. They come home. They whip Missouri 34-0. And then the last regular season game, of course, the Iron Bowl. After losing at Oklahoma 24-3, they win by 2 touchdowns over Auburn. I don't think there's any big takeaway there. I just think it's kind of interesting. Yeah, a couple of the times they look great, and then one time they barely won. It was almost 3 straight losses. If they don't win that South Carolina last year, maybe he's fired last year with 3 straight losses in Tuscaloosa.
We're going to learn nothing this Saturday when they take on Louisiana Monroe as a 37.5 point favorite, but definitely something to pay attention to. All right, I wanted to spend the last couple minutes here on the MVP because we know the biggest liability right now per BetMGM. Highest ticket, highest handle, biggest liability, all the same guy, Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow is the biggest liability. It's what everybody's betting, and he is on line 2 behind Lamar Jackson. So your current check at the market, Lamar is your favorite, 5-1. Then Burrow and Allen, 6-1. Mahomes, 650. And Jaden Daniels is on line 5. So you have the foursome that everybody knows, Jackson, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, and then Jaden Daniels at 9-1.
I understand Burrow. Fans love him. I do expect Burrow to win an MVP at some point in his career. Don't know if 2025 is the year, but I have no interest in betting Burrow, especially at 6-1. No thanks. I'm going to keep on moving. Now with that defense, they're going to probably have to be a top 2 seed in the AFC. Good luck being a better seed than Baltimore, Buffalo, and Kansas City, because that's exactly what you would have to do. I've no interest. Yeah. Those 4 at the very top, all very close, plus 550, plus 600, plus 600, plus 700. Those 4 AFC quarterbacks, I have no interest in betting any of them. Are you going to bet anyone in the top 4, or have you?
No, I have not. I have not placed a single bet yet. I was actually going to play rapid fire. I was going to try and gauge your interest. I was going to just throw some names and some prices and let me know if you are either interested or not. Okay. Jalen Hurts, 18-1.
Not interested.
CJ Stroud, 25-1.
Interested.
Me too. I'm also interested in Brock Purdy at 30-1.
I was going to bring that number up. If you like San Francisco, you think there's a decent chance they're going to be a top seed in the NFC. I know everybody left him for dead after last year, but why not? If the Niners are good, where's the credit go? And I think it could be him.
Quarterback. It's so wild how people forget that 2 years ago, Brock Purdy was favored to win the MVP before Lamar Jackson's unreal finish down the stretch. Those two were 1A and 1B for a long time. And then Baltimore, I believe Baltimore was a 6-point dog on Christmas and beat San Francisco. And then that just elevated Lamar. But Brock Purdy was right there. If you're looking for a stock to buy, this is a guy that was 2-1 December of 2023. And here we are, September of 2025. It's been a year, well, a little more than a year and a half, but around a year and a half. And you can get that same guy who was once toe-to-toe with Lamar at 30-1.
Did you have any other names? Because I have one for you. I have a couple.
I was going to throw Goff out there at 40.
What the
Is
hell?
That the one?
That was the name. Yes, yep. I was going to ask you. What if the offense is just as good? We haven't played that scenario out. If the offense is just as good, does Goff finally get the credit? He has to, if it's just as good, because Ben Johnson got all of it before. Yeah, I'm not buying Lions, but if you play out that scenario, he's interesting at that number.
There's a world where the talent on the field is actually more important than the coordinator. And they did not lose much offensive talent. So if Johnny Morton or John Morton, I guess, if he can corral this the right way and they don't take a step back, maybe it wasn't all Ben Johnson. And it'll be very, very telling, too, if this doesn't work in Chicago this year. What if Detroit's offense is the same and Chicago's offense doesn't click? Then we have to have that Jared Goff conversation.
And we got to throw a Penix 66-1 because
Of
why
course.
not? We've had that conversation a number of times. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P. We were just discussing NFL MVP. Sam, we were throwing out a bunch of different names. I do want to circle back a little bit. Like every name that we talk about, we're not saying to go out and bet them. We're just making cases. We're just telling you why there might be value. I'm, in particular with the Goff thing, I'm not betting Goff. I'm down on the Lions. If you've listened at all over the last couple of months, I'm not betting them. And I look at the top of the board in the NFC. There are a couple of teams that I have no interest in. But we were just playing out the scenario. What if the Lions are good? What if the offense doesn't have this big drop-off like some are expecting with the absence of Ben Johnson? That's kind of what we were getting at there. I mean, I'm not betting Goff. Are you?
No, I'm not. But I just think the names at the top are so unfun to bet at 5-1 and 6-1. I'm trying to talk myself into somebody in this market. I have not made a single bet on NFL MVP, and I probably will at some point this week. Just have not got there yet, and it won't be an Eagle or a Cowboy. So I'm not in a rush. Here's my big concern is that I'm going to not bet Purdy, and the Niners are going to just pound Seattle, and Purdy's going to have either 2 touchdown passes or McCaffrey's going to have 2 rushing touchdowns, and the prices on Purdy and McCaffrey are going to be slashed, I don't want to say in half, but close to it. Because Purdy's 30-1 at MGM MVP. If he throws 3 touchdown passes, that's easily 15-1. And then McCaffrey is 20 or 22-1 to win offensive player. And if he has 110 yards, maybe 50 yards through the air, and 2 touchdowns, what's that number? Like, I'm really trying to not buy more San Francisco stock, but I think the market is so wrong on the Niners and, along with that, wrong on their best players. I remember Fox had me write a story around Christmas of 23, break down Purdy Lamar. And at the time, Lamar was 5-1 to win the MVP. And I wrote a story about how I would, if I had to pick one of the two, I would pick Lamar at 5. And then they beat the Niners and went the distance, and he, won the MVP. Not the distance, but they had a great regular season finish. Now we're not even having that conversation about Purdy. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's saying it. Nobody's writing it. And it's just wild that that's where we're at. But I feel like Purdy and Goff have very, very high ceilings where these numbers at 30 and 40-1 respectively are just too high. And I haven't gotten there yet. But if I were to get in right now, heading into week 1, it would be either Brock Purdy or Jared Goff for me. That's all.
Last night, my son had his fantasy draft. He was texting me pissed that he got the 10th pick. He got Christian McCaffrey. That's where people are at. I know it's kids, but I'm just saying, like, oh, well, he's going to get hurt anyways. It's whatever. Yeah, he's a great player when healthy, but he's not going to be healthy. We haven't seen this guy healthy in a long time. That's kind of where people are at. I think that's part of the reason many people down in San Francisco. What?
It's not true because he won the Offensive Player of the Year 2 seasons ago.
I know. But people remember what they saw last. And it's, McCaffrey's always hurt. So
he's been hurt a good amount. You're right. But I had this pushback last week. I did a couple of shows. He's always hurt. And I said, well, he won the award literally 2 years ago. Yeah, but then he got hurt. Well, what if he's not hurt? What if he's healthy?
Yeah, he's also an NFL running back.
It's baked into the price. Nobody wants to bet him because he just got hurt. So you take a guy who was 5-1 last summer after winning the award, and now 1 year removed, you wanted to bet him at 5, but you won't bet him at 20. That's the opposite. You should bet him at 20 and not at 5. But that's not how people work.
I guess this is where he's going. It's not just dumb kids. Jake's saying he got CMC in the second round. Gertz says he got CMC 10th overall too. Really? All day. I'll take that risk.
I sprinted I almost punched a hole in my phone with how fast I hit draft on that.
So what overall pick is that? Like 13? How many people?
It was like 17. It was ridiculous.
Come on.
That's dumb. This league stinks.
Oh yeah, I mean it's all of my high school friends. They don't know what they're doing.
I was gonna say, is this the league with all your Amish friends from high school, like on the farm, or what?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
They don't have.
Do they have televisions? 17th? How is that even possible?
I couldn't believe it. Like my mind was blown.
What was the worst pick that went ahead of McCaffrey? There's got to be.
Josh Allen went 4th overall.
Yeah. I'm never that guy. Not even the 4th round. Not interested in taking a quarterback. People can't wait. Cannot wait. Gertz says Lamar 9th overall. People are obsessed with getting a quarterback early. I'm
sorry. I was wrong, actually. It was Jaden Daniels 4th overall, Josh Allen 6th overall, Joe Burrow 8th overall.
You're with children.
I'm not mad about it. Worked out for me.
I did take a quarterback relatively early.
Okay.
So I'm only in one league now. I ended up reaching a little bit because like the quarterback started to go. And for me, like if you don't get one of the top 4, you're going to have to go and get like a Dak or a Kyler Murray or whatever. And I just, we had Church on last week and he's like, get your guys. So knowing that, I had Burrow last year and came in 2nd place. I took Burrow in like the 4th round and Burrow was unbelievable last year. And their defense should be better, but isn't going to be that much better. So Burrow was on the board in round 4. I had the 7th pick in round 4. And I could have either taken like my 2nd running back or my 3rd receiver, but I already had my running back and 2 receivers. And Allen was off the board. Lamar was off the board. Hurts was off the board. And I'm sitting there. I got like 2 picks until me. And I'm like, okay, do I want – can't even remember who the running back was. Like, do I want – it wasn't Aaron Jones, but it was somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? Like a decent back.
A mid, yeah.
Yeah. I was like, all right, do I – like I understand because a fantasy nerd would tell you, you don't take a quarterback that early. And I'm sitting there going, I had Burrow last year. He put up an insane season. His entire offense is back. Do I really want Tyrone Tracy or do I want Joe Burrow? And
go get Burrow.
I went and I took Burrow. And then I got the draft grade and I got a B because I reached for a quarterback. And now I want Burrow to throw 70 touchdowns. And I will email ESPN fantasy draft results, blow me when I win the league. That's what I'll do.
The stupid draft grades are never correct. Is the person that gets an A, that gets all excited about their A+, do they ever win? I feel like they never win the league.
At the end of the day, fantasy is total injury luck. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And the ones that draft well have more bullets because they have more depth. But I took McCaffrey in the 1st round. If he gets hurt, I'm dead. That's the reality. So whatever, man. It is what it is. It's fun. You shouldn't get too crazy with it. But I couldn't pass on Joe Burrow. I just couldn't. But the draft grades, you reached for a quarterback. Well, I think I have one of the most statistically sexy quarterbacks in the league. I'm good. I'm good on my end of the street.
Gertz put up in the chat when he saw CMC on the board at 10, he put smash. You ever see that guy that does smash or pass with like all the like head coaching wives and stuff on social media? It's the funniest thing.
Yes.
We should get that guy on the show. He's hilarious.
I don't know that would go well.
No, we can't do smash or pass. Can't do anything in this world anymore.
You really cannot do anything anymore.
I was hearing about threads during the break. I don't even know what threads are.
I know. Kate was telling me, threads is our next initiative, and I said I'm done. You
do you know?
You made me get an
Threads?
Instagram. You made me get an Instagram. I got the Instagram. I got enough. I'm good. I'd like to just do my job. I know.
So I don't post on most of. I don't know anybody that does Threads, but maybe I'm missing out.
I don't know. I really do not want to join Threads. I have zero interest in joining Threads.
What about Blue
It's
Sky?
Enough. No, I'm good on Blue Sky too. I'm good on Blue
How's
Sky.
that going?
Don't know. Never going to find out.
All right. Let's hit on some of these college numbers. We talked about it a little bit earlier with Ed Fang. It sounded like you already made a play on Michigan-Oklahoma. This is the game that will get the most discussion. I see some spots have already moved to 6. The market is at 5.5. Have you bet this game?
I bet 5. Oklahoma -5. I saw it moving at Circa. I knew. I wasn't going to wait around to find out. It's very difficult when you see a favorite open up as low as it did and then get completely smashed, to use a term that we've been talking about, smash. So Circa opened these up on Sunday afternoon, and they opened 3. And within 20 seconds, they were at 5. And within 30 seconds, they were at 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
So that number was not right. And now the market's sitting about 5.5, 6. You can still lay a 5 if you have the ability to bet offshore. BetMGM's 5.5. South Point is 6. Pinnacle is 6. I don't think you should wait to bet Oklahoma. I think we're going to get to 6.5 and then maybe 7. And then, of course, you'll get Michigan support at 7 because people will bet 7. But anything sub 6, I like. And I already have Oklahoma 5. The other bets on my short list as of now are Duke +3. I believe that's still 3. Yep, it's 3 everywhere. Duke at home against Illinois. I like Kansas against Missouri. You can get 6.5 there, but the 6.5s are coming down to 6. And then I like Oregon against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's quarterback broke his leg. So they're on quarterback 2 already. And he's nothing special. This line is starting to cross through 28. I see 28.5 at BetMGM. I see a couple other 28.5s. I see a 27.5 and a lot of 28. I will be on the favorite there. And I have a really, really good feeling that Oregon's going to be closer to 30 by Saturday. Why do you bet Tuesday? To get the best number, to get 28. Green Book has 27.5. If you know you're going to bet Oregon on Saturday, why wouldn't you just lay it? Because there's not going to be this huge push on Oklahoma State later in the week. I don't expect it to happen. You usually see these bigger favorites get bet more and more, and then these numbers tend to run. So if you can lay a 27.5 right now or a 28, I think that's the move.
Right above that, Gabe, in the rotation order, you've got a big mover here. Cincinnati, they are betting the Bearcats big time. They moved this one from 18 to 21.5, going through 20 and 21. They're hosting Bowling Green in that one. So I think just taking a quick look, that looked like that was the biggest mover so far as we sit here on Tuesday morning.
Yeah, that's a big one. 3.5 point move. There have been a couple others too. Navy got hit through 21. Navy opened about 19.5. That's now 21.5. So that's interesting. I was curious what they were going to do with Penn State. They just keep hanging these low numbers, 41.5 against Florida International. Tough to get involved at 41-42, but that was one that came through. And then here's a move that happened, and I think it's going to keep moving. Hawaii is favored at home against Sam Houston State, but their quarterback got hurt again. That's Alejado, the lefty. So he got hurt week 1 against Stanford. And then Arizona was about a 17, 18-point favorite against Hawaii. Alejado, in a 31-6 blowout, got hurt again. Same foot, same ankle, took the shoe off, had him in ice on the sideline. Hawaii opened 9.5 on Sam Houston. It's now 7.5. So they are betting against quarterback health and they are taking the dog there, Sam Houston State, early in the week.
Okay. The ones around key numbers are interesting. They're betting UConn against Syracuse. Cuse was 8.5. Now it's 7 at most spots. They're betting Tulsa -1.5 to -3.5 at New Mexico State. And they took San Diego State. It goes from a 3-point dog down to +1 at Washington State. So they are not hesitating in some of these smallish games. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got lightning bets on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way on this Tuesday. I'm still trying to get used to that. Coming back to start the week. Oh, it's Tuesday. We're just 2 days away from the start of the NFL season. Man, big move. Big move on the Eagles this morning. Not a big surprise, just a little surprised at how long it ended up taking. Eagles now an 8-point favorite. Our Friday regular, Kelly in Vegas, goes 2-1 over the weekend. She was out to a 2-0 start. I was thinking clean sweep, but then, honestly, Sam, we kind of had to root against her in that last one because we were clearly on Miami by the end of the week.
I needed Miami.
Yeah, you did.
Large.
It was ridiculous. I don't even know. Okay, what you sent me was an additional bet. So I don't even know how bad your stomach was churning at certain points in that game late.
When they lost that 10-point lead in about 5 minutes of game time,
Yeah.
I started to get sick because I said, this cannot happen. I mean, it would have been fine. But they had a 10-point lead with 9:42 to go. And really, that drive pissed me off because that was when they had basically picked off CJ Carr. That was the play where the guy hit the ball in the air, and then they picked it off, and they started right around the 20-yard line or whatever. And then they only got 8 yards, kicked the field goal, and I thought, a touchdown would have ended that there. To make it 28-14, it would have been over. But then they kicked the field goal, 24-14, and then Notre Dame proceeds to go field goal and touchdown in 3 minutes of game time? 5:32 was the field goal, 3:21 was the touchdown. And then I thought, great, we're going to lose in overtime.
Yep.
But Carter Davis from 47, bang! Huge, huge. Saved my whole weekend, man. Saved it.
Yeah, winner there. When we saw the room as we were going off the air, I saw it pop 1 or 2 minutes before we got off the air. And then we went over it, and we were having a celebration when we saw that Notre Dame minus 2.5 was one of the 5 most popular bets. I think it was third overall. The room goes 0-5 on the weekend picks, the exact opposite of Lee Corso. Oh, by the way, we appreciate everything that Lee Corso did for game day for college football in general. But a part of me on the crawl was getting annoyed because all day on all the ESPN channels, they were posting his all-time record. Lee Corso picks 67% in his career. Did that bother you as much as it bothered me?
Nah.
I was like, come straight up. Come on. How many 2-touchdown favorites is he picking? Patting that record. Speaking of that, I mentioned KIV goes 2-1. Good job, KIV. People, classic. Let's move the goalposts. After making the announcement, it's going to be Bet Sweats. She's going to be tracked on. Let's start pulling other picks from other appearances to make my narrative look much better. Clown show. That's all I got to say about that. Yes, the hook.
Yeah, he's looking worse every day. He's looking worse every day. I've tried to avoid a lot of the stuff. Think about me 5 years ago on X and the wars I used to get in. I just don't care anymore. That was actually one of the first things when I got hired. It was like, are you going to be good on Twitter? Yes, don't worry, because I no longer care. I used to get in blowouts with people. It just doesn't matter. Does not matter anymore. It literally does not matter. So you can say whatever you want now. I have realized that it no longer matters. But I don't know what's going on there, and I'm just staying out of it.
Yeah, people fighting to stay relevant. Jealousy, it makes you do nasty things from time to time. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. All right, lightning bets. What do you want to throw out here on Tuesday?
I think people should still bet Oklahoma. I will try and give you the best price here. Ooh, Chandler Morris was upgraded to play. I thought that was going to be the case. You know, I got my list of quarterbacks. I just saw it come across on Odds Logic. Virginia quarterback Chandler Morris upgraded to play with a shoulder. He hurt his left shoulder, so he's going to play. I always sort of expected that. Virginia's got a pretty good game this week against NC State. So Chandler Morris, their starting quarterback, will play. That's important because it's important to me. Oklahoma, you can still lay if you find it. You can lay 5.5 at a couple books right now. Even BetMGM has 5.5. I think that's a really good bet. I think they're going to win by at least 7. I make the game 7.5. So anything sub 7 would be a bet. But I don't want you to lay 6 or 6.5. Like, I want you to lay 5.5. That's where I'm at. I think Underwood's going to have a long game against that Venables defense. And I've already bet it myself, wink, wink. So if I'm betting it, I'm going to tell you to bet it right now at minus 5.5.
All right. I like it. Yeah, it makes sense that you're going to end up losing that 5.5 pretty soon with the way that things are trending right now. The number of death, well, not so much in college football, but certainly in the NFL. We're going over a number of those games. I'm going to hold off on giving out some of the NFL plays. We ended up talking a lot about futures, and there are a couple that I want to point out. Penix, let's give that out officially at 66-1 for the MVP. At one point this summer, when discussing it, it was 100, but there's still a lot of value there. Let's go Penix at 66-1. We were making some other cases during our MVP conversation for guys in that 30-40 range. Make sure you check it out on the podcast or on the Odyssey app as well. You know, I'm going to bet Arch at 18. I understand people saying he's not going to win the Heisman. See, another favorite ends up being a loser. We talked about it. The last favorite to win the Heisman was Mariota. But I just know he's not going to be 18 pretty soon. They've got 3 cupcakes at home coming up. And I think Arch is going to succeed at a very high level. And as the season goes on, he's going to get better and better and better. And we know Texas is going to be on that short list of championship contenders. So the number is going to go in the opposite direction. This is probably the highest it's going to be all season, unless there's a runaway winner at the very end. So I am going to take a little bit of that value. Like if you told it, hey, Friday, they're going to lose by 1 score, Arch isn't going to look good. But if you wait until Monday, Tuesday, you're going to get 3x the number. Okay, fine. I'll wait and I'll bet it, even though it did not look pretty over the weekend. Can't really argue that one. So wanted to throw those out there at the very least. All right, let's go to Jake and Paul. You didn't have anything else, right?
Just a celebration. White Sox. 5-0, baby. 50.
It happened.
Bang, 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 bang.
What day did it get home?
Yesterday.
Nice.
Yep, that's it.
Oh, we didn't think it was going to – you were thinking it was going to carry over into the week, right?
Yeah, it happened.
Into today, I think. Yeah, why would you? It's awful. Congratulations, though.
Thank you.
Congrats. That was your big bet. White Sox over on the win total. What do you got, Paul?
We feel like White Sox, people that got like 53.5 are still sweating? Because I saw like I was at one of the games. I was at one of the Yankees White Sox teams. They probably get there, but like Yankees were just like going. They took the series finale, but as it was like 3-0 Yankees over the weekend, I was like, I wonder how sweaty this gets. One college football game I've got circled. I want to dive into more, but Virginia Tech as basically a pick'em at home against Vandy. I mean, Virginia Tech just like had a complete overhaul, double coordinator switch. You know, didn't really hang with South Carolina last weekend. Vandy has a cupcake, blows them out, and has a bunch of returning production. I don't think anyone really expects them to do what they did last year, but that line is kind of telling me Virginia Tech at home against Vandy. So that's certainly one. And it's at night, and, you know, Virginia Tech at home, good atmosphere, tough place to play. So that's one I've got circled that we'll certainly dive more into as the week continues.
You betting UConn?
Yes. You
are?
No, like as soon as you said that, I was like, yep, UConn Moon. I don't want to like get the worst of the number necessarily. I don't think it goes back, but you know what? Yeah, I'm comfortable with UConn plus 6.5. I saw that this morning and I was like, yeah, I didn't hate that I'm getting the worst of the number, but it's probably only going one way.
Yep. All right, Jake Hassan, what you got?
Is it finally happening? This might just be Stockholm syndrome, but Rangers 6 in a row, game and a half out of the wild card.
Oh, are they?
They're game and a half out of the wild card, chasing the Mariners.
Just get in. That's all you need, man.
Is Evaldi dead though? Is he's out, right?
Yeah, his shoulder exploded.
That's a problem. That's an issue.
It's not great, but still healthy DeGrom. Lineup actually looks like they can score kind of now.
What if they just start smashing the ball in October?
Just do it again.
If you line up against the Yankees, it's just like first to 10 wins, first to 10 runs wins.
Don't make me buy a fish tank. I'll rather get them home like we Braves home many years ago.
Dude, yeah, it's 9 of 10, man.
Yeah.
Like, we got 2 more against Arizona, Houston, Milwaukee, Mets, Houston, Miami, Minnesota, Cleveland. Okay, the last 3 aren't as difficult, but I don't love the schedule that they have over the next few weeks.
It's not awesome. But when they went on that run, they had Houston's number, so.
I would not want to be a goldfish in the Boston area. I will say that right now.
Let's do
that
it.
Implies that usually you do. So.
All right, I like it. You got anything else, Jake? You good?
I'll be betting the Astros tonight as dogs. Framber Valdez on the mound at home. Also, are we really making Miles Michaelis a favorite against anybody? It's Luis Severino on the road, where he's been great. So I'll take the A's, and I will take Houston.
I want to talk tomorrow how Jake bullied me via text on Sunday. Jake was being such a bully on Saturday, Sunday.
I heard. I can't wait to talk about this.
Talk about it tomorrow.
It's going to be a bad look for Jake. It's not good.
When is it not?
No, it's particularly bad. All right, we'll get to that coming up. Remember to join us weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. This has been Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is a Tuesday. Hope you had a great Labor Day weekend. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour after all the hype, all the pomp, and all the circumstance. Bill Belichick makes his debut at the college level, and it was not great. We will talk about what happened last night in Chapel Hill against TCU. In 20 minutes, we will stay with college football and bring in John Talty, the national college sports reporter for CBS. And then we'll have our plays of the day along with the Dogster at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium during our final hour. If you would like to stream us, it is easy to do. Just go to BallySportsLive.com or download the Bally Sports Live app. Well, I can't wait to hear the takes today coming out of Chapel Hill, Chelsea, because TCU all over North Carolina in the debut of Chapel Bill. TCU wins at 48-14. They easily cover the 3.5-point spread, minus 180 on the money line. Your total at BetMGM set at 54 and a hook, the over hits. So we all know the hype before this game. I mean, the signage, everyone talking about what's next for Bill Belichick. How's he going to look at the college level? Well, they start off great.
Leave it with Hood. Hood for the goal line, straining and goes in, standing up. Touchdown Heels.
All calls courtesy of ESPN. It's 7-0 North Carolina. CJ Hood, 10 carries, 31 yards in that score. But then everything comes falling apart very quickly for the Heels, starting with the TCU defense.
Got to get it to the 29 on third down. Lopez to the outside, and it's intercepted. And it's going to be a walk-in touchdown for the veteran Bud Clark. His 12th career pick, and TCU gets the ball right back and punches it in for 6.
Horned Frogs go into the half up 20-7, and then early in the second, they just put it away.
And this is a rewarding run as Gavorian Barnes is out the gate, inside the 30, to the 10. Touchdown TCU, 75 yards and no flags.
48-14, the final. When it was over, as Double D said in the chat, I'm not calling him Chapel Bill. It's UNC Bill. UNC Bill, Unk, with some mumbles.
Well, it was a great, great atmosphere here for the game tonight. Fans had tremendous energy the whole walk, and we played competitively, but then just couldn't sustain it. So, obviously, we have a lot of work to do. We need to do a better job all the way around, coaching, playing, all 3 phases of the game. Just wasn't up to what it needs to be, and I know we're a lot better than that. So, we'll need to work on those things and show it on Saturday on a quick turnaround. But, give TCU credit. They came in and did a good job, and they were clearly the better team tonight. They deserved to win, and they did it decisively.
I feel like I'm living in an alternative universe when I hear Bill Belichick down after a loss saying, give credit to TCU. They played great tonight. Like, where am I? It's so strange, but this was a massive letdown.
Yeah, the only part that felt like traditional Bill Belichick was the press conference. Like the way that he spoke, you're like, oh, there's the Bill Belichick. We all know. But the funniest part is he's saying all this underneath a very big balloon arch. I don't know if you saw the balloon arch that they had for him. You could tell that Carolina was very prepared to make a statement in the first game of the season, like the first of the game, like the pregame stuff was unreal. People were like, ooh, UNC has the aura this year. Listen, aura will only get you so far when you give up 48 points on the defense. And I think that's the really disappointing part is that you thought to yourself, okay, Bill Belichick is only the head coach. He cannot make the plays for the players who are actually on the field. but he can scheme. He can put them in a great position. He can teach them the basics and the fundamentals. But Jenks, it felt like a team that was lacking in everything. They couldn't make a tackle. The fundamentals were terrible. They even had some gaffes on special teams. Special teams, that's Bill Belichick's baby. So it was just all around. It did not look like the Bill Belichick that people were expecting, I think. Even though I will say this, UNC was not a team that was expected to go to the college football playoff. It's just, we knew that it might be like somewhat of a wobbly start, but I don't think people expected a public embarrassment. This was a standalone game. Everybody was watching, and you gave up a 48 spot to TCU.
Yeah, I think a couple things happened here. Number one is that with all the hype surrounding Carolina, I think a lot of us tended to forget that, hey, this is a very limited football team, right? Even the win total before the season was pretty low. No one expected Carolina to challenge for the ACC, so this was not going to be a great team. Number two, had a ton of turnover, 70 new players during the offseason, and I don't care what program you coach, how good you are. When you have that much turnover, like the vast majority of your roster, a bunch of new guys who don't know each other, or maybe who are acquainted with one another, but you're trying to bring all those guys together under a new system, like you're going to have some growing pains. But the broader perspective is it's one thing to lose with all of those changes. Okay, fine. It's quite another to have people filing out of the gates in the third quarter because it's over. And you get embarrassed. Like, that's what it is. It's the embarrassment. You've got a Hall of Fame head coach, a guy who's done it at the highest of highest levels. You have all this hype, and you get your doors blown off. Like, that's what it is. Had they lost, you say, hey, we're trending in the right direction. This is a good TCU team. Sonny Dykes is a very good head coach. And instead, this was about as bad of a result as it could be, where you lose in this way after all of this hype.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, UNC was putting up FCS numbers.
Yeah, they were.
It did not seem like a Division I football team. Like, UNC had 50 rushing yards total, and they gave up 542 yards of offense. Like, as bad as their offense was, like, the defense, my goodness, it was big play after big play. Every time I turned around, it looked like that guy with the long hair for TCU was just running down the sidelines. So I don't know what UNC like takes away from this, but I will say this. Maybe it is a good thing for Bill Belichick and the guys on this team who have been probably put on a pedestal the entire offseason, where people say, oh, you're playing for the IT program. You're playing for Bill Belichick. How cool. And maybe they thought that they would just waltz into the stadium and be handed a win because their head coach, has this great resume where he's won 6 Super Bowls. But maybe they needed a little slice of humble pie. And as somebody who went to NC State, I love saying that. But maybe this will make them work harder, and maybe this will make it easier for Bill Belichick to nail down the fundamentals for this team and say, listen, I understand that I've won all these Super Bowls, but if you don't learn how to tackle, we're not going to win any games. So as much as we love to have our head in the clouds, we need to keep our feet on the ground and our pad level down.
They have a lot to work on. They have a lot to work on. I will say that, it's bad when they end up putting Kirk Herbstreit's dog like
Peter
on the headphones. They're like, hey, let's see what Peter has to say. Oh, Peter doesn't like the defensive alignment here. Oh, he's sad. He really expected big things from Bill Belichick this season. Oh, whoa, this is a blowout, isn't it, Peter? I'll tell you, when a game is a blowout, I'm always amazed, which I understand, right? Like, after a while, why would you keep talking football? You got to keep people entertained because it's not close and just wasn't close. So, they were doing everything they could on the telecast to say, hey, stick with us and, we'll see what happens after the game. We'll hear what Sonny Dykes has to say. Maybe Bill Belichick will mumble some things. I have to say, I kind of got caught up in the hype, too. I didn't necessarily expect a Carolina win. I just didn't expect an embarrassment. I keep going back to that. This was embarrassing.
Yeah, the line of this game was 3.5. You know, it was not supposed to be this lopsided. And maybe this is a case of like bulletin board material as well. Because think about it. Everybody's been talking about UNC all preseason long. And if you're TCU, you look at that and you say, hey, nobody's even mentioning us. We're in this game too. Is anybody going to say anything about our offense? So I feel like maybe they took that as a rallying cry to run up the score in this game, and they did exactly that. But I do think the other layer in this UNC story, I would say, is the fact that a legacy is on the line. And I am not going to sit here and say after one game, we need to reevaluate Bill Belichick's legacy, somebody who's won 6 Super Bowls. But I am saying this. In his last 4 seasons in the NFL, without Tom Brady as his quarterback, he had 1 winning season. So I will say, if you're watching this game and you're a Bill Belichick hater, you now have more ammo for the case against Bill Belichick. I happen to think you still don't win Super Bowls without being a good coach. Mm-hmm. But still, if this gets really bad, how long does Bill Belichick stick around? I think that's the question. If it continues to be a dumpster fire and his kids can't learn how to tackle, how long is Bill going to stick with the college game before he says, hey, this is tarnishing my reputation?
I don't think long.